Are we live? I said, are we live? Yes, we are. Then let's get it. Why it ain't playing? Eh. All righty, everyone. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. This is really the Saturday sermon. I fell asleep. I fell asleep. Y'all, excuse me for not shaving, but I cut myself on the chin right here, and I don't want to reopen the cut. So I'm trying to wait for this to heal before I shave. So that's why I haven't shaved. So nobody. Hey, how you doing, Liz? Hey, Bobcat. Yeah, these deliveries and got my sleep habits out of whack. I literally been going to sleep at 8 o'clock and waking up at 3, 4 in the morning. Now we both got 2 deliveries today. One of them said they wasn't coming. I get a email saying that delivery was attempted. I got it at 10:30. They said delivery was attempted at 8:20. The front door was open. They didn't ring the bell, and no notice was left. But somebody came by here at 8 in the morning. The other package that supposed to came today didn't come. So I called the UPS. I couldn't get past the automated system. So I called Amazon, and Amazon called them. And I told them what happened. I said, at first, both packages were coming today. When I looked at 4 a.m., it said that one wasn't coming. It was coming on Monday. Then I said, at 10 o'clock, 10:30, I got a email saying that the package. What do you mean this is unacceptable? This ain't my job. Y'all don't pay me to be here. Y'all want to give me a salary? We sitting out here in the heat waiting for these packages that's not coming. I haven't been on the bike in days. I got a job. I ain't Bill Cosby. I ain't got to be doing the Cosby show. I do it because I enjoy doing it. I had the show set up for yesterday. I fell asleep. I got up at daggone 4 in the morning. Was you up at 4 in the morning? Probably not. So why said I done the show? Now I could have came on this morning, but I'm waiting for these packages that never came. Neither one of them came today. Neither one of them came today. Neither one came today. So what was I doing today while I was waiting? Well, let me show you what I was doing today. Let's go to downloads. Open. Now we got to go to share. This is what I did today. Now y'all know that the two blue armbands we got that's really shoulder and side bands. I put one on the front wheel. There's the fender that we got. I really wish we got the kind that came over both sides, but we got the fender on. How you work this thing? How you work this thing? Oh, I guess you got to take it back out. How you work? There it is. Yeah, you went too far. So that's the front of the bike. This is the middle of the bike. That's the one we got gypped on. Supposed to be two of them. We only got one. And as you can see, I got the fender on. The rear fender. So let's pan back down. All right. This is how the bike look in total. So when the wheels turn, it's going to make it look like it's spinning. But we don't want to put the flashes on because we're going to be doing the hand signals, and we don't want the people, the drivers, to get confused with seeing these flash and me holding my hand out flashing. And I got the light right there. We're just going to put that on red. We're not going to have it flashing. We're just going to put it on red. And so we got our lights covered. All right. This is the rear wheel. Y'all can see that's the fender. And then you see the light down there. Now y'all gotta remember, we broadcasting on the Minister channel and on the e-bike channel. Now the fender is too small for the tire. But whatever. It'll still keep the stuff from coming up on me, so that's what counts. And this is the new phone mount. Matter of fact, if I pan back a little bit, look at the top of the screen. You see the other one. That's for me to see the chat. And it had an odometer going. And then down here, this is the knee mount, and it has this attachment. Now, what make it different? Wait a minute. What make it different than this? Because this was terrible. What make it different from this? Even though this held the phone in place, when you put the phone in here, this didn't keep the phone stable. It would jiggle and add to the bounce and the bouncy screen. So this worked pretty good as a stand-up for me to look at it, but to record with, it was too unstable. But the phone never fell out. So we got that part there. That's going to make sure the phone don't fall out. And it should help it keep it being stable because this is stable. So that's what I'm hoping, that's going to really help with the bumps. So that's what I've been up to. What have y'all been up to? What do you think, Bobcat? Something ain't right. I'm not seeing all y'all chats. So I had to check the chat here, even though I don't know why the chat not showing up. Don't matter what channel you on. I got a phone for each channel. Hey, what's going on, RE? Happy belated birthday, dear. I just happened to scroll by your channel, and I saw you say birthday weekend. So happy belated birthday. So let's see here. Liz said happy Sunday, BD. She said I don't see Nia. That's what I'm saying. Nia said something before we started. She said happy Sunday, and she said I'm driving but listening. And I said, hey, Nia. All I saw was hey, Nia. And I said that under I got a different account on the phone. I said it as Pastor Brother Derek. Nia says happy Sunday, gang. Liz says, hey, Nia. I'm going to skip what Bobcat said. Nia says, hey, Liz, virtual hug. Nia says, it's likely from yesterday. I was here for a scheduled program. Well, this is the same StreamYard. I just changed the date and I changed the picture. On the e-bike channel, I put a picture of what I did to the bike up. But on the Minister channel is the topic of today's sermon. Bobcat said, I got work to do. I ain't got no job. Yeah, I got the emails. I had already seen that one from Micah. And I hit you back. Did I hit you back on the other one? Liz says, what are they helpful for? Nia says, keeping the rocks at bay. Yeah, but also water. It keep the water off you. It keep the water off you, and it keep the rocks from hitting you. And if you go through mud, it keep the mud from getting on your clothes. Because the tires drive up what's on the ground. The gravel, the rocks, the water. You know, when you've seen, when you've gone through mud, you've seen the mud on the side of your car. But the flaps will keep it from going up into the engine and other vital parts. That's what those are for. They also keep the rocks from chipping your paint. When you see people that have cars with chipped paint, that's because they riding over the rocks and the rocks is flying up. So basically, it's going to keep the stuff from coming up. But I might need to get some bigger ones. Yeah, I'm trying to remember what the other one was. I know the first one was about Micah and that was an old video. He was still at the electricbike.com. That was an old video. Yeah, I seen that one. That's why I never thought to go to Walmart to get a bike. He never got it started. Hey, Bobcat, you know the sad part? The battery might not have been charged, or he didn't set the pedal assist levels. You know that 0 is human power. Some bikes had to at least be on 2. So hold on a sec. Let me go to the once again. Bobcat gonna hijack the show. Where's Bobcat at? What was the other one? Why are you telling me about a scooter? Why are you telling me that? That's why I didn't look at it. It's a scooter. I have no use for a scooter. What am I going to do with a scooter? Here in Maryland, you have to register a scooter. That's why I don't want one. Not going to be able to take the scooter inside the hospital. They're going to make me leave it outside the stores. What am I going to do? What am I going to do with a scooter? It's electric, but what am I going to do with it? It's got to have pedals. If it got pedals, you good to go. That's why I deal with e-bikes, because they bicycles. It's just electric, but they bicycles. The numbers keep going back and forth. Is somebody watching and not watching? I mean, the numbers is jumping. We was at 12, then we was at 11, we was at 9, we went back up to 12, now we at 9. Somebody keep tuning in and tuning out. Like I said, we on 2 different channels. It's 7 of y'all on one channel, and it was 3. It's 2 of y'all on the other. But I don't care. As long as somebody watch, I'll keep doing it. Doesn't matter to me how many people. Today is the Saturday sermon, so I know we're not going to get a lot of views today. And I said Saturday sermon because it's Saturday sermon. Saturday is the Sabbath. But we'll do it on Sunday. But it's a Saturday. What's happening with the Pixel phone? I haven't heard back from the people yet. I won't find out till they come in the office tomorrow. But we haven't been out to test the phone. Now I went online and they said I went online and they said that that is a problem. Matter of fact, I sent this to Liz. Hold on a sec, because I didn't. Wait a minute. I sent it to Liz. Where is it? I know I sent it to Liz. I don't know why I jumped way back up there. Here we go. You can just give me the save image. Now, I don't know how we didn't see this. With all the stuff we did looking on the phone, we didn't see this. And I don't know how. I don't know how we missed this. And of course, it ain't showing up. I just screenshotted it. Why it ain't showing up? Let me hit downloads again. Let me back out. Come back in. It's still not. I hate when it does this. I hate when the PC does this. It burns me up when the PC does this. Hold on a second. Let me try it again. Let's just watch it. Copy the link address. Since you want to give me a hard time. Let me screen share. Bring y'all with me here. All right. All right. Y'all should see that on the screen right now. And let's go. Paste and go. Oh, we're going to get flagged for this. Now, see the commercial coming up and already ready for you. I was ready for you. You didn't get me.
Welcome to Google Consultation Service. If you need technical support, please visit support.google.com. Your estimated wait time is 1 minute. We are connecting your call to a specialist. Your call may be recorded for monitoring or training purposes.
I hope this guy don't flag.
My name is Sarge. How may I help you?
Yes, I just got a Pixel like 5 days ago, Pixel 3a from the Google store, and this phone keeps overheating and it keeps restarting.
Oh, sorry about that, sir. Let me transfer you to technical support so they can assist you, okay?
I called earlier and there was a transfer, there was an attempt to transfer me and I lost the connection and I called back again now after 3 minutes.
Okay, no problem. So let me transfer one more time, okay?
Yeah, let's hope it works this time.
Sorry about that, sir.
I don't understand why the chat not showing up.
A specialist will be on shortly. After you finish your conversation, you'll have a chance to take a quick survey about the service you received. And just so you're aware, your call may be monitored or recorded for quality, training, and product improvement purposes, subject to a privacy policy.
Now he bought this from the Google store. He didn't buy it used.
Hi, thanks for calling Google Support. This is Jewel. Whenever you please.
Yeah, this is.
Yes, hi. How can I help you?
Yeah, my Pixel 3a, it keeps getting overheated and it keeps restarting. So every time I take it outside, it's doing this. But if I'm in a room, sitting in an air-conditioned room, it's okay.
Well, I'm sorry to hear about that. Your new Pixel 3a keeps on rebooting. Is that what is happening?
It gives me a warning. It says phone is overheating, and then it needs to shut down, and then it does the shutdown thing.
Yep, that's what it was doing to me.
If you want me to email it to you.
Oh, I see. Okay. I'm actually familiar about what that is. But, let me help you with this. Can I have first your email address, please? Right.
Yeah, it's
Oh, I'm sorry. One more time, hello?
my first name and my last name.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry. I want to make sure I'm getting everything right.
Can you see anything at all about me? Can you see my last name?
I see what happened.
No.
For the last part, and then they'll
So what did I call Google or what is this?
I'm seeing here you also told us about price.
I don't have your information, sir.
Last week.
So how am I going to do anything? Because how are you guys going to work with this thing? Like if you don't have my information?
That's why I'm asking this information from you. It's like, yeah, you weren't requesting a call back, but it's alright because I'll just have to pull up your account really quick, okay, so I can properly listen.
Yeah.
Was it like
I thought you were going to do that in the first place. That's what I thought.
Oh, that happens only when you request for a call back in settings under tips and support.
No, I didn't request for a call back. You're getting me wrong. I called you.
That's right. Yeah. I'll have it reviewed. I want to see your time consuming. Okay. Can you spell it out again, please? Spell it out phonetically, your email address.
Yeah, S.
I'll have it reviewed with our specialist. And of course, I had the F for Frank. Would it be okay if
Yeah.
I give you first letters F for Frank?
No, the first letter is S.
Okay.
Sweden, Switzerland, you know. S.
And I want to make sure I can reach you. Okay. Right now, it's 117. That's the same phone you're on. I mean, same signal for. All right, here's what I have here. F for Romeo@gmail.com. 30 minutes. So an hour.
Yeah. So it's S-A.
All right, thank you. Okay. By the way, sorry. Account under Ahmed Omar, right? That's the complete name.
Yes.
I'll talk to you soon, sir. Okay.
The man want help with his phone. You worrying about the email address.
Okay, so that warning that you are getting is actually a new feature that came with security, base security update, that there is a display warning message whenever your charging cable overheats. That happens when when the chargers plug in for over a period of time.
No, my phone was never in the charger when it rebooted. What are you talking about? I told you I was outside when this happened. I was never inside my room. This phone doesn't reboot when I'm inside my room in my air-con room, air conditioning running. You understand? When the temperature is cooler, it doesn't do this. When I go outside, that's when it's happening. You're not listening to me. You have to listen to me what's going on with the phone. So where did the charger and the cable come from?
Okay. Got it now. I got it.
Oh, this is the service I get from Google. That's why I got this Google Pixel 3a.
Issue is somehow relating to what I just said, sir.
Why are you talking about a charger? I never talked about a charger.
Okay. Just like what I said,
I just told you when I started this conversation that the phone gives me a warning. I have the warning screenshot. And the warning was about overheating. There was no
trying to help you, okay?
charger warning. Okay, so when I was outside, when I take it out of my pocket and it's under the sun, you have to listen to me first, because you are giving me customer service. I'm not giving you customer service. You have to listen to the customer first, and then you can think about your answer, and then you give me an answer. So whenever I take it out outside in the sun, the phone gives me a warning of overheating, and then it reboots. It's as simple as that. It's not a very complex problem. But I've never seen this thing happen to all the phones that I've owned before. This is the first time I'm seeing it.
Okay, no problem with that. We actually have the specialized team for Pixel 3a that can help you with it. I'll go ahead and escalate your issue, okay? And I'll get someone to call you back within 10 or 15 minutes from now.
Yeah, I need to talk to a technician. Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
And yeah, I have all the necessary information here. And thanks for.
I couldn't play the other video, but the guy. Yeah, here we go back. Is it gonna show it again? If we show it again, I'll play it. No, it's not showing it. Oh well. I want to know, how did we miss this video? Out of all the videos that we showed, how did we miss that video? No, they're trying to tell a guy that it happens with it overcharging, with it charging, and you leave it on charger too long. The phone was in my pocket for like 10 minutes before I came outside, and then I had to set up the live. Now, I test ran it in the house, and I did a live for 2.5 hours, and it didn't cut off. So we'll find out when we go out tomorrow. We'll find out. But I'm waiting to hear back from the company that I bought it from. But if it's happening brand new, what can they do? Give me another one? That's going to do the same thing? So we need to go outside and see if it's going to do it again. And I've been waiting for all the trinkets to come. And as usual, post office is just duty farting. As usual, the post office is the duty farting around. Not bringing us our stuff. Because if we go to Amazon, this cable was supposed to come today. Now, what's important about this cable? Because we got about 6 type C cables, but we need a 10-foot one. Why do we need a 10-foot one? Because I need it to sit on the bed so I can monitor my Hangouts and my Gmail. Right now, we have 2 6-foot cords. I think we got 3 3-foot cords and 2 2-foot cords. It's not long enough. I need something that's going to reach up so that I can have a phone sitting next to me. That supposed to came today. It ain't got here. This was supposed to come today. Then at 4 o'clock in the morning, when I woke up and I looked, it said it was coming Monday. Then they're going to tell me at 10:30 that a delivery temp was made at 8:20 a.m. There's no notice out there. The door was open, and the guy didn't ring the bell. So how did somebody come? How somebody came and ain't do no part of their job? Somebody came and didn't do no part of their job. And we supposed to be testing out these tonight. I don't put the other ones on the bike. So I guess they'll be here tomorrow. Also coming tomorrow, I bought some mirrors and I bought a phone case for the phone to protect the phone in case of fall. Now I'm kind of mad that I bought the mirrors because I actually fixed one of the mirrors, one of the big ones, and it's on the bike. So I'm mad I got the mirrors. But I'll go ahead and put them on when they get here. Y'all can see these are nice. Since we're not using the thingamajigs, we can use these. See, regular mirrors. Okay, you can't see the guy's foot, but you can see it in this one. See, you can't see his foot. So we'll see. See, dust defenders, baby's cat litter. All right, let's back out of Amazon. Supposed to be the sermon. We talking about everything else. Yeah, we getting caught up. Let me come back and look at the chat. Nia, I've been getting deliveries on Sunday. We got a delivery last Sunday. But anyway, we ain't gonna keep crying about it. So tomorrow, all 4 of those things should be coming, and we should be going out for our bike ride. And we should hear back from the people about the phone. I've already talked to somebody on eBay because I was going to buy the phone for them on eBay. Now, if we have to send it back, I kept the box. If we have to send it back, it's not a big deal because we ordered the wrong size. I wanted the XL. That's the regular. But we'll see how I do tomorrow. If it overheat tomorrow, then it's got to go back. Like I said, it's a little smaller than the phone it's replacing. So, I mean, it ain't that big a deal. But, I wanted the XL. I wanted the 6.2 inch, not 5.6. But, it seems all right. Like I said, I've been keeping it on the table. I haven't brought it over to the bed because I didn't want Davy Cat had to get on it. That's why I wanted to get in case we had to send it back. That's why I didn't want it to get damaged in case we had to send it back. Why is it that I got to worry about sending something back? Remember we got the kickstand? I had to worry about not damaging it. You can trade it in. How come every time I get something got to be wrong with it? Don't understand. We do the research and we still get nailed. We do the research and we still get nailed. But anyway, we got two topics today. First topic is, I found myself saying this the other day, and we were talking about it, and I figured we should do a sermon on it. What is the phrase, does God help those that help themselves? Where does it come from? Well, I did a Bible search. It's not in the Bible. That phrase is not in the Bible. The same way the woman was talking about how many sanctuaries in the church. When we look, a sanctuary is a place you feel safe when you're in danger. It's another word for asylum. You over there, Fidel Castro trying to kill you in Cuba, you get a rowboat and pray that you make it to the United States and they keep you. You're looking for a safe haven, a sanctuary. You're looking for asylum. But somebody took the word and made it mean something else. A church can be a sanctuary, but it doesn't have the exclusive rights to that word. Somebody made it up. The same way somebody made up that phrase, the Lord helps those that help themselves. Somebody made that phrase up. It's not in the Bible. And this is the problem that we have today. You got so many old wives sayings, what they call them, old wives' tales. Step on the crack, break your mother's back, don't walk under a ladder. You know, dumb stuff that people say. And other people hear it and they say it. And it becomes a household word. The Bible does not say God only helps them. That sounds like something somebody said to somebody lazy. Why don't you get up and get a job? You think the job gonna come to you? Do you think the job gonna come to you? No, you got to go look for the job. Now you might get lucky, and maybe your friend will say, "Hey, they hiring at the factory. You gonna come apply?" You still got to go apply. You still got to go in there and get them to hire you. Something just hit the floor. Not only did it hit the floor, the battery flew out. Did they on the bottom phone? I mean, it hit the floor too. Hope the screen ain't cracked. Well, I don't care now. We got the replacement. Look at this. In pieces. Anything to interrupt the sermon, right? We didn't have no problems. Right? Anything to interrupt the sermon. Now, as I was saying, as we wait for the Obama phone to come back up, as I was saying, I keep telling y'all that you got to leave what you've been taught. If you're really going to rock with Jesus, you got to leave and forget all the things that you were taught and let him teach you. Let him come inside you and go to work. You got to leave what you've been taught alone. What you've been taught is from man. Man can't do nothing for you when it comes to your spiritual salvation. Man can't do nothing for you. You got to be rolling with Jesus and God. Your mama can't help you. Your daddy can't help you. Minister can only tell you to go get a relationship with them because only they can help you. This is why I love when people say Oh, you're fake. And I asked them, I can't be fake. You don't judge the person when they teaching you something. You judge the teaching. Now, one person in 3 years has came in here and proven me wrong on any of my teachings. So the teaching is not fake. If the teaching is not fake, then I can't be fake. I told y'all, Bill Clinton was a lousy human being, but he was a great president. There was not more prosperity than when Clinton was the president. The human being, shady. His work ethic, hard to touch. For all the Republicans that claim they want to save the deficit and Democrats spend too much, Republicans spent more money. George Bush Sr. spent more money than any president. But they got you believing they fiscally responsible. Do y'all understand? Judge a person by their action, not by what they say. Action. The phrase, the Lord help those that help themselves, that phrase is man-made. And it probably was somebody trying to get somebody to get off their butt and do something. And it caught on. You notice a lot of phrases catch on. I told y'all several times, if you wear a U.S. polo shirt, somebody, if you in the inner city, somebody in the street will tell you, take that cheap stuff off. What you got that fake polo on? There's that word fake again. Who came up with that? Where's that fake polo at? You got to have Polo by Ralph Lauren. If you ain't got Polo by Ralph Lauren, you got a fake polo on. But the U.S. Polo Associated was started in the 1800s in England. They came to the United States in 1908. Ralph Lauren started polo in the mid-60s. So wouldn't Ralph Lauren be fake? Wouldn't he be a copy? Something that's been around since the 1800s. But a cool marketing ploy was to tell the rappers that if it ain't Ralph Lauren, that it's fake. And they told the people, and the people believed it. Do y'all understand? The people believed it. Because they don't do their homework. Most people don't know that the Lord helps those that help themselves is nowhere in the Bible. Most people don't know that. Why don't they know it? Because they haven't took the time to look and they heard somebody say it and they started saying it. They heard somebody saying it and they started saying it. People repeat what they hear and they roll with it, especially if it's something that you want to hear. If it's something that you can use. Now, we had the discussion the other day, and I told y'all that that statement is partially true, but it's not totally true. If we could do it on our own, like I said before, what did Jesus die on the cross for? We can't do it on our own. If we could get to heaven or paradise, whatever you call it, if we can get there on our own, what did Jesus die for? Why do we need Jesus? Why do we need a relationship with Jesus? If we could just do it ourselves. If we could do it ourselves, what do we need Jesus for? Jesus is the gateway. Now, like I said, the phrase is partially right. If you want God to go to work in your life, you got to show some oomph. You got to put some effort out. Once you start putting the effort out, then they could try to make you successful. If you want to be a singer, but you ain't taking singing lessons, you don't rehearse, you just say, well, God is going to help me sound good. You're going to make a fool of yourself, and you ain't going to make no money, you ain't going to get famous. You ain't going to do it. People have discovered in this sector that coming on and being yourself don't work. That you have to create beef and roast, and you have to talk about other people and put people down. But if they don't make the effort to do anything, they just come online and just look at you, they're not going to be successful. You do have to put effort in. Have a desire. If you say, Jesus, help me stop drinking, and you go right to the bar, well, Jesus is going to make me stop drinking, but until then, let me go get a drink. Help me get off drugs, Jesus. Well, I asked Jesus to help me. Let me go find a dope man. If there's somebody that you love that has an addiction, you can't do nothing for them. Jesus can't do nothing for them until they hit rock bottom and they decide they want to do something. That is when a change happens. That's when a change happens. Okay? You got to hit rock bottom and say, I'm sick of this. I'm sick of waking up not knowing where I am. I'm sick of spending all morning with my head in the toilet. I'm tired of riding in the ambulance to the hospital, ODing. I'm tired of living under the bridge. I'm tired of breaking into people's houses. I'm tired of my children being disappointed in me. You got to hit that rock bottom and be willing to change. Then you ask Jesus to help you. But if you gonna keep doing what you're doing, can't nobody do nothing for you except shake their head at you and go down. That's all they can do. You gotta want to do it. You have to want to do it. You have to want to do it. If you're not ready, can't nobody make you ready. When you tell somebody, well, until you stop doing this, I'm not going to be around you. They're not going to care, but they're going to keep doing what they're doing. You can't come home until you get yourself cleaned up. They're going to go rent a room somewhere. It's not till they've ready. The Lord does help those that help themselves. You got to put some effort out. Somebody can come to you and tell you about Jesus till the cows come home. If you ain't trying to hear it, you ain't going to hear it. Somebody can tell you all day, oh, you know you need Jesus in your life, and you ain't going to pay them a bit of mind until something happens. When something happens, that's when you're going to pay it some mind. When something happens, that's when you're going to pay it some mind. It could be you losing your job. It could be you losing your house. It could be you losing your car. It could be you losing your mate. It could be you losing your family. When you hit that rock bottom, that's when you're going to make a change. Can't nobody make you do that. So the Lord does help those that's willing. Remember, you have to go to Jesus. That takes effort. Everybody else around you was telling you, oh, that daggone religious stuff. Oh, man, all right, buy that crap. It takes courage to not pay that no mind and keep trying. It takes courage. It takes a strong will. But that will come from, are you tired of doing the same thing over and over again? Are you tired of banging your head against the wall? If I cared about my YouTube career, if I really did this for a living, could I really do it? We got 12 people watching on 2 channels. Could I really do it? No. Thankfully, I do it because I like it. If this was a job, I'd be homeless. If this was my income, I would be on the street, streaming from under the bridge. I would have to say, this ain't working, and go do something else. I'm fortunate. that I don't depend on this. If I did, like I said, I'd be under the bridge somewhere. But the Spirit asked me to come do this, and I'm doing it. And I enjoy it. A lot of people are on here for other reasons. They want fame, they want fortune. I'm surprised anybody watch me. I'm surprised y'all follow me. Y'all come with me to the doctors. I'm grateful. Even if it is only 5 or 6 of you. I'm grateful. You don't ask me to act a fool. We don't have to chimp out on nobody. We can just sit over here and be ourselves. That's a blessing. Just look at the fact at how my name keep popping up when we not even bothering them people. Every time you turn around, you got people going around with clones of me. If I'm nobody, why you cloning me? I thought you only imitate people you admire. How can you say I'm fake and I'm broke and I'm ugly, but yet you going around imitating me? Where's the common sense in that at? These people listening to that voice in their head. That voice in their head is telling them to do the dumbest, silliest, most retardedest things. And they coming up with it. But when you look at them, they're not happy. And that's where they get killed at. They're not happy. It's a difference between not being satisfied and always trying to do better than just being miserable. And a lot of people are miserable, and they miserable because they missing something. And what they missing is that peace, that stability that comes from being in a serious relationship with Jesus Christ. No matter how much money they get, they're not happy. No matter how many people pat them on the back, they're not happy. No matter how many fancy cars they get, they're not happy. That stuff can't make you happy. It can't. If it did, everybody that got money would be happy. The majority of them not happy. If somebody gave me $1 million, or I found $1 million, or I hit the raffle or something and got $1 million, I would be straight the rest of my life. But some people, well, I got $1 million, but now I want 2. You know, this ain't enough. I gotta go turn this into 2. I'm at 2, now I want 5. I'm at 5, but the guy on the corner got 10. I gotta get 10. I got 10, but the lady on the next block, she got 20. I gotta get 20. So the money not making you happy. Nobody works more than rich people. They got something driving them, but they don't never had no peace. It's always something. That's why they so mean to their employees. They so cutthroat. It's something missing. And what's missing is Jesus. But they keep thinking, if I just had more money. You got women thinking, if I could just lose 20 pounds. You got men thinking, if only I had a larger penis. You always want more, and you think if you have more, people will like you more. Doesn't work that way. It's better to take what you got and maximize it and be happy. Because if you're happy, people want to be around people that's happy. They don't want to be around people that might have money or might have fame, but they just pure miserable. Because pretty soon they're going to get tired of the champagne. They're going to get tired of the limo ride. They're going to get tired of going to the club and sitting in the VIP section. They're going to get tired of the cruises. It's going to get old. But what's not going to get old is they got to put up with your stinking attitude. That's why nobody can get along. Ania says, my goodness. Well, tell me what I said wasn't right. You got women going around putting stuff in their butt, getting breast implants, getting collagen put in their lips. So just being happy with what they got. If you want to lose weight, get in the gym. They want the easy way. See, they don't want to work for it. A man think, well, if I make enough money, my woman won't cheat on me. Really? That money ain't gonna stop her. She meet a man that look better than you and better in the bedroom and is more exciting, she gone. She gonna divorce you and she gonna be gone with half your money. There is no guarantee. The only guarantee, the only relationship that has a guarantee on it is a relationship with Jesus Christ. You try to put all your apples into man, man will let you down. I let y'all down yesterday. We didn't do the Saturday sermon. We doing it on Sunday. Man will let you down. Jesus and God won't. Man will let you down. Jesus and God won't. Now, I told y'all what I thought. And as usual, I like to challenge myself. And do I know what I'm talking about? Is the Spirit telling me what to say, or am I going to look stupid? So let's take a look. Can y'all see this on your screen? The Bible doesn't say that. God helps those who help themselves. Nope. So let's see what this guy got to say. According to Barna Research, 82% of the general population believes that the phrase, God helps those who help themselves, is in the Bible. Fortunately, Christians know better than to believe this. That is why only 81% of Christians surveyed believe that this is in the Bible. A full percentage point better than your average Joe. Joe heathen walking down the street. Sorry to bring it there, but the Bible doesn't actually say God helps those who help themselves. Your mom says this when she wants you to stop whining about life, get up off the couch, and go get a job because you're a grown-up, for goodness sake. Woo! Now act like one. God helps those who help themselves is a statement that really means get your act together. We was on the money. All right. No, God helps those who help themselves is not in the Bible anywhere. So where did it actually come from? I'm glad you asked. Well, it's in the Quran for one. This is what it says. Indeed, Allah will not change the condition of a person until they change what is in themselves. Hold on a second. The Quran says, indeed, Allah, that's what they call God, will not change the condition of a person until they change what is in themselves, which is what I said. Until you hit rock bottom and you decide to make the change. But let's keep going. But before the Quran was written, it appears in a 1st century AD Greek fable where a wagon falls into a ravine. But when its driver appeals to Hercules for help, he is told to get to work himself. What a lousy god Hercules turned out to be. A French author from the 1600s once said, help yourself and heaven will help you too. But it was in the 17th century English, teacher, Algernon Sidney, who has been credited with the now familiar wording, God help those who help themselves. While Benjamin Franklin later popularized the saying when he used it in the book in 1736, it has been widely quoted ever since. So since it's really a product of Greek mythology, it begs the question, doesn't it? Why do so many people believe that God helped those that help themselves is in the Bible? And why do so many Christians, even though they know it isn't in the Bible, still believe it to be a biblical principle? Well, like most biblical misquotes, there's a degree of truth. A half-truth. After all, a broken clock is right twice a day. So I want to take a look at why this statement is half true. Then I want to bring a warning about relying on the half truth. Finally, I want to represent to you what a true Christian alternative that represents something of what I believe is a more balanced truth, more balanced view. The half truth. First, what is half true and biblical about the statement, God help those who help themselves? When we think about the statement itself, we know that when someone says, God helps those who help themselves, they are usually issuing a harsh statement, a challenging statement, and it's usually directed at a person who's behaving in a particular way, typically a person who is sitting around doing nothing. Perhaps they are wallowing in self-pity. Perhaps they are simply being idle and lazy. And the Bible does have something to say about this. And so the statement, God helps those who help themselves, alludes to a biblical truth, and here it is. God does not bless laziness. Let's check out what the Bible actually has to say about this. We were never undisciplined, nor did we take charity from anyone while we were with you. Instead, you saw how we worked very hard day and night, so we wouldn't be a burden to even one person in the community. We had the right to depend on your help and hospitality, as you know, but we wanted to give you a model you could follow, to lay a path of footprints for you to walk in. This is exactly why, while with you, we commanded you, anyone not willing to work shouldn't get to eat. You see, we are hearing that some folks in the community are out of step with our teaching. They are idle, not working, but really busy doing nothing, and yet still expect to be fed. If this is you or someone else in your community, we insist and urge you in the Lord Jesus the anointed, that you go to work quietly, earn your keep, put food on your own table, and supply your own necessities. 2 Thessalonians 3, 7-13. When Paul wrote this to the church in Thessalonica, there were some Christians, well-meaning though they were, who had quit their jobs and like doomsday preppers were just sitting around waiting for the second coming of Christ. They believed Jesus Christ's return was so imminent, they just sat around waiting. Do you know anyone who lives their life like they are waiting for something to happen without doing any work in the meantime? You know, I told y'all about the guy that was sitting on the beach, and he would look up at the sky all day. He would sit there and look up at the sky all day. And when somebody would come to him and say what he's doing, he would say, "I'm waiting for Jesus Christ to come back." And after a while, people started saying, "Well, you waiting on Jesus Christ? I guess you don't need your watch. Let me have that nice watch." And they took the guy's watch. Somebody came by and said, "Well, you waiting on Jesus? You know, you don't need no money. You don't need your credit card. Let me have your wallet." People kept coming by. And pretty soon the guy was sitting there in his drawers. Ain't nobody gonna ask you for your drawers. But instead of trying to do work, even if he did charity work, something, help the people, go preach, do something, he sat there on that beach. Remember I told y'all that the other day. Let's see what this guy says. All right, this guy says, "I once knew a guy who told me that someone had once prophesied over his life that one day he would preach to nations." Preach to nations, what an awesome, though thoroughly dubious prophecy. So do you know what this guy was doing in the meantime? Nothing, not a thing. He was not working or ministering or anything. He was literally waiting for the day when he would preach the nations, as if one day he might get a phone call. "Hello, this is the nations. We realize you must be very busy sitting around doing nothing, but we were wondering if you might come and preach to us." As far as I know, this man is still waiting for the call. Somehow, I don't think it's going to come. God does not bless laziness. This is a reverse principle, therefore. God does bless diligence and hard work. God does bless people who display initiative and energy. Take Proverbs 13:4, for example. Laziness wants it all and get nothing, but the energetic have something to show for their lives. That makes the statement, "God helps those who help themselves," half true. The danger of the half truth. Before we even go any further, I already told you what the danger is. The danger is you can't do it all yourself. You can't. But let's see what he got to say. However, there is a danger in living out this half truth. There's a danger in believing that the harder you work, the better you are, and the more you help yourself, the more favor or blessing you will have from God. If y'all remember when Nia asked us to do, well, for me, it was life-changing. When she asked us to do a sermon on Job, the book of Job, we learned that Job was the best man on earth. Job did everything that the law said to do, and then some. But Job did one thing that Abraham and many other people from the Bible did. They actually walked with God. They actually had conversations with God. They actually acknowledged God. Job thought that by him doing good works, by him following the law, he thought that God owed him something. And therefore, God would have to bless him. Do y'all understand? This is where this half truth ties in. Yes, you need to get off your butt and do something. But when you do, don't forget to bring Jesus and God along with you. Don't forget to lean on them while you're doing it. Faith without works is useless. Works without faith is even more useless. Can I say that again? Works without faith, faith without works. You need to have them both together. If you are trying to have a relationship with God, you got to be worthy of him dealing with you. And in your sinful state, you're not worthy. He won't even look at you. That's why you got to go through Jesus. You got to let Jesus cleanse you. So that when God look down, he looking through you through Jesus' blood. The perfect blood that replaced Adam's. When Jesus cleans you out, God can look down on you and listen to you. I've told y'all that several times. Let's read this again. However, there is a danger in living out this half truth. There is a danger in believing that the harder you work, the better you are. And the more you help yourself, the more favor or blessing you will have from God. It is the danger of self-helpism. Urban Dictionary defines self-help as something that helps you achieve something without using the help of others. An article in the New York Magazine reports that the self-help movement has mushroomed into an $11 billion industry dedicated to telling us how to improve our lives. Let's stop right there. Let's stop right there. Hey, the Great Gazoo. Let's stop right there. Y'all know you got all these exercise videos. You got all these videos talking about going on Amazon and doing all this stuff. These videos talking about how to get your kids straight, and these videos telling you how to go get the perfect husband or wife. You got all these self-help videos. But do they work? Do they work? For some people, they do. For other people, they think they do. But in the end, whether it's 6 months, a year, 2 years, those videos wind up in the toilet. You got women that read these Good Housekeeping magazines and People and all that other stuff. After they read it get thrown on the table or it get thrown in the trash. And they still got the same problem because they think that they can fix it. They think they can fix it. They won't come to Jesus. They think they can do it by themselves. And that's why they always fail. Women on the rice diet, the vegetable diet, the keto diet, they on all these diets. When you see them 5 years later, they fatter than they was when they started. And twice as miserable. Because you're trying to do it the easy way, the fast way, the lazy way. If there was a pill made right now that said all fat people take this pill, they become skinny, that would be the best-selling thing out there on the market. And then 5 years later, they come back and say, you know, that it causes cancer. is killing people. People will still take the pill. Well, that was them, and ain't gonna be me. They have that desire instead of going and getting in the gym. They would risk their life to get something they want, but they won't put the effort in. So let's see what this article says. The article observed, today there are at least 45,000 books in print of the optimized everything we now call self-help. Today, every section of the bookstore or web page overflows with instructions, anecdotes, and homilies from self-help books. Self-help books have replaced doctors, priests, and therapists, and maybe even parents, politicians, and teachers with public personalities who gave names to the problems of millions. The article offered titles and brief descriptions of some of today's most popular self-help books. How to make people like you in 90 seconds or less. How to make a lasting good impression from teeth to breath to handshake to small talk. Influence. The psychology of persuasion, business and science tested strategies for bending others to do your will. 59 seconds, change your life in under a minute. Provides behavioral tweaks and an amount of time anyone can spare. The 4-hour work week, self-help's current version of get rich or get good at anything quick. The 4-hour chef, the simple path to cooking like a pro, learning anything and living the good life. How to think more about sex. Yes, that's the real title, and none of you need to read it. This has got to be the most unnecessary book ever written. The problem of self-helpism. So why is the idea of self-help potentially a problem for Christians? And well, anyone really? What do you notice about most of these titles? What do they promise to deliver and how? What do you notice about self-helpism in general? I think there are at least 5 big lies here, 5 deceptions that come with the idea that if you want God to help you, help yourself. Firstly, self-help promises results in a very short amount of time. Secondly, self-help promises results with very little effort or pain or discipline. Thirdly, self-help assumes you have the ability to change yourself, the power to change your life within, and that you can make everything better on your own. Fourthly, self-help promotes the kind of radical individualism that works counter to the idea that help actually comes from the outside, usually in the context of a relationship. Finally, so much of self-help places you at the center of the universe. Yes, there is a danger in living out the half-truth that God helped those who help themselves, and it lies in the idea that somehow I am at the center. I am responsible for making me a better person. I need to be better so that I can experience the favor of God and the favor of others for that matter. I am the one. I am my savior. But of course, living like this can only lead to disappointment, frustration, and ultimately the kind of self-justification and self-reliance that leads you away from God. Up to this point, we've talked about the half-truth. We've noted the dangers of living your life out of this half-truth. Now we must ask, what is the true Christian alternative? Here it is. The Christian message is not God helps those who help themselves. It is the opposite. It is this: God helps those who recognize they can't help themselves. Try as we might, we are incapable of providing ourselves with the kind of help we actually need. We lack the power, the patience, the goodness, the self-discipline, and even the willpower. The gospel of self-help promises results in a very short amount of time. The message of the Bible is that real change, becoming the best version of you, is actually a lifelong process for which there are no shortcuts. Even up until the moment of your death, you are still being transformed and made ready for eternity. And it's not a work of the will, but a work of the Spirit. 2 Corinthians 3:18 says, and we all, with unveiled faces, contemplate the Lord's glory, are being transformed, literally metamorphosized into his image with ever increasing glory, which comes from the Lord, who is the Spirit. The gospel of self-help promises results with very little effort of pain or discipline. The message of the Bible is that suffering, pain, and discipline are necessary for character development and should be embraced, not avoided. In fact, Jesus says in Matthew 16:25-26, don't run from suffering, embrace it. Follow me and I'll show you how. Self-help is no help at all. Self-sacrifice is the way, my way, to finding yourself, your true self. The gospel of self-help assumes you have the ability to change yourself, that you can make everything better on your own. The message of the Bible is that try as we might, we have no real lasting ability to live out the kind of life that we suppose we should be living. We really can't help ourselves. Listen to the Apostle Paul. For if I know what I need to do, but still can't do it, and if the power of sin within me keeps sabotaging my best intentions, I obviously need help. I realize that I don't have what it takes. I can will it, but I can't do it. I decide to do good, but I don't really do it. I decide not to do bad, but then I do it anyway. My decisions, such as they are, don't result in actions. Something has gone wrong deep within me and gets the better of me every time. It happens so regularly that it's predictable. The moment I decide to do good, sin is there to trip me up. I've tried everything and nothing helps. I'm at the end of my rope. Is there no one who can do anything for me? Isn't that the real question? Romans 7:17-24. Paul words aside, the reality is we don't even need the Bible to tell us that we can't help ourselves, right? Something in us knows that no matter how hard we work in life, how much success we may have, there will always be this sense that something is not as it should be. That's something broken. I see it in myself all the time, and I bet you do as well. The gospel of self-help promotes the kind of radical individualisms that work counter to the idea that help actually comes from the outside, usually in the context of a relationship. Alcoholics Anonymous has understood this for over 80 years and has helped millions get sober. How? They begin with this: we admit we are powerless over alcohol, that our lives have become unmanageable. C.H. Spurgeon said, if heaven were by merit, it would never be heaven to me. For if I were in it, I should say, I am sure I am here by mistake. I am sure this is not my place. I have no claim to it. But if it be of grace and not of works, then we may walk into heaven with boldness. The gospel of self-help places you at the center of the universe. But the good news of the Bible is that the universe is not about you. To be honest, you don't need that kind of pressure, and you would make a miserable God anyway. This is what the Bible says of Jesus. He is supreme in the end. From beginning to end, he's there, towering far above everything, everyone. So spacious is he, so roomy, that everything of God finds its proper place in him without crowding. Not only that, but all the broken and dislocated pieces of the universe, peoples and things, animals and atoms, get properly fixed and fit together in vibrant harmonies, all because of his death, his blood that poured down from the cross. Colossians 1:15-20. Jesus is the center of the universe, not you or me. Thank God for that. That's why God doesn't help those who help themselves. It's all given as a pure gracious gift to those who realize they can't help themselves. If you want to know what God helping those who can't help themselves looks like, consider this story. On September 8th, 2008, a man named Thomas Vanderwood and his son Josie were out working on that family farm. Josie, who was 20, but he wouldn't be moving out anytime soon. He had Down syndrome. So Josie became Tom's constant work companion out on the field. On this day, while Thomas was working out on his 20 acres of field, Josie was off in a different part of the yard when a broken septic tank cover gave way under his feet. The tank was 8 feet deep and filled near to the top with sewage. Thomas saw his son fall in, so he rushed over to help. He pulled and pulled on his son's arm, but to no avail. Even worse, no matter what he did, Josie was continuously sinking into this pit of filth. Thomas knew his son would surely die if he sank beneath the waist. So the father did the only thing he could do to save his boy. He got down in the filth with him. He tread in the sewage in an attempt to keep Josie head above the waterline. But sadly, Josie was still sinking. Vanderwood would not give up, though. Taking a deep breath, he plunged his whole body into the sewage head first and held his boy's body up from underneath so that Josie could keep his head above the water. When the rescue crews arrived, they pulled Josie out of the tank alive, but Thomas, 66 years old, was dead. That's what Jesus does for those who can't help themselves. He has plunged himself into the mess of humanity and always holds us up so that we can live. God helps those who help themselves. No, God helps those who cannot help themselves. Will you recognize that you are one of those and receive it? That was Dan Foster. Well, let me pull the chat up and see if anybody got any comments. All righty, y'all. So was I on the money? Was I on the money? What was what I said? Was I on the money? I didn't read that article. I don't read any. I pick them at random. Randall, we all sin. But do you ask for repentance of the sin? Do you try not to do it again? That's the question. Do you ask Jesus to wipe away your sin? Do you talk to him? Do you know him? Or you only think about him when you're in church? You only think about him when you're in trouble? That's the question. Mr. Randall? That's the question, sir. That is the question. We all sin. We all fall short of the glory of God. None of us are perfect. If you think you're perfect, that's a sin. If you think you got it going on, chances are you don't. You don't have a relationship with Jesus and God. You don't have a relationship with Jesus and God. You ain't got it going on. And you got people that think because they go to church. They think. You going to church. So many people come over here and attack. And I ask them, tell the people, if I'm not correct, how to have a relationship with Jesus and God. They won't say nothing because they don't know Jesus. They can only say what a minister or a reverend or an imam or a priest. They try to remember what they said. They wasn't paying them no mind. They waiting for the praise dancers. They waiting on the choir to sing. They waiting on the organ. They there to be entertained. They ain't there to worship. They expect to be entertained. Them going to church is like them going to a concert, them going to a movie theater. That's why when they come over here, they get whooped. People think they can do it by themselves. My stepfather was an alcoholic. You don't know how many times I heard the words come out of his mouth. I don't need no help. I can stop drinking whenever I want to. Yeah, whatever. I can stop drinking whenever I want to. I ain't no alcoholic. Yeah, whatever. Daggone liver swimming in the liquor. The liver supposed to take the liquor out your body. The liver is swimming in the liquor. But he don't need no help. He's all right. He got that liver cancer. While he was going through chemo, guess what? He found God. Was going to church and Bible study and everything. As soon as he got cleared, I didn't see that Bible no more. He wasn't going. He went right back to drinking. Had a stroke. Still kept drinking. We can't do it ourselves. Something made him want to drink. Something that he was running from. And it's powerful. Think about it. People commit crimes and get locked up. And the first thing they do when they come out, the first day or two, they try to be good, but then they go right back to it. Well, you know, one little drink here, or one little shot here in my arm ain't going, I'm not going to be addicted again. And then a week later, they right back where they was. We can't do it ourselves. We can't do it ourselves. We can't. We have two topics today. What was the other topic? I forgot. I bookmarked something. Let me just take a look real here. You're just going to look at the bookmark. What were the other things? There we go. I typed in before I started the show. For those of you that was here on time, you heard me say the show will start in a few minutes. That's when I bookmarked those two articles because I typed in, why don't people fear the Lord anymore? What the Bible say? What happened to fear of the Lord? What happened to it? What happened to the fear of the Lord? See, back in the biblical days, people didn't do certain things because they were afraid of God. In 2021, nobody's afraid of God. We look at the news and we see people doing the most heinous things. If they had to fear God in them, they wouldn't do that stuff. There was a video of a woman that actually lured a woman out on the street. She pulled up in the SUV, got out the car, shot the woman point blank in the head, got back in the car and drove off. Like she just came out of Bible study. God said, thou shalt not kill. She didn't have no fear of God when she shot that person. She didn't have no fear of the police. Didn't have no fear of prison. Didn't have no fear of getting caught. Why don't we fear God anymore? We don't fear God anymore because we don't face immediate consequences. That's why we don't fear God anymore. But there are consequences. But we don't see the consequences. That's why we don't fear God. See, you don't see the consequences during your lifetime most of the time. It's after you die you get the consequences. And the devil has convinced us that there is no consequences. The devil is a liar. The devil's going to be the first one. He's going to be the first one to get in that pit. He's going to be the first one to get thrown into the lake of fire. And he's convincing us to come join him. Why don't people have a fear of God? Because God has been watered down. God has been watered down to the likes of a superhero, like a Batman or a Superman or the Incredible Hulk, a superhero. Because when you listen to some people talk about God, they talk about him like he's a superhero. He's gonna come in and do this and do that. Until I really understood, when I was a child, I thought God was a superhero. Because of the way people talked about him. You know, a superhero come in and save the day. And that's how they talked about God. And it seemed like when people wanted you to do something, that's when they would try to use God. Well, I know you want to go there, but I don't think God will want you to go. I know you want to do this, but I don't think God, they don't want you to do it. But they're trying to use God. And what they did was they watered God down to the point that people no longer fear God. If you keep beating a child, after a while, he get used to the beating. Well, you know, if I come to the party with y'all, I sneak out the window. When I get home, my parents going to beat me. Well, that's a whooping I got to take. I am used to it. So when you look at somebody now and you say, you know, God wouldn't like you do that, they tell you to shut up and punch you in the mouth. I don't care what God thinks. Or they've been listening to some preacher that told them, God will forgive you. Go ahead. Go ahead and do it. God will forgive you. Hey, he'll forgive you. God forgives everybody. He loves everybody. Hey. He ain't going to tell you God don't like sinners. And there's a punishment for them. There's a punishment for sinners. You're given the opportunity to come to Jesus Christ. A lot of y'all think that God is just going to say, well, you know, I'm going to let you in anyway. Nah, he don't want you around him. He gave you all these opportunities and you didn't take none of them. What make you think he wants you up there with him? People don't have to fear God anymore. They fear their peers. What their classmates say more than God. They fear what their parents say more than God. They fear what the neighborhood bullies say more than God. They fear what the gang members say more than God. How did we lose the fear of God? Neil, you got any answers? How about you, Liz? You have any answers? What about you, Randall? You still here? You got any answers? Why don't people fear God anymore? And when I say fear, I don't mean, well, you should fear. Because you can't do nothing without him knowing it. Any excuse you come up with, he ain't heard it before. You can't get over. You know what's going to happen to you if you don't get a relationship with Jesus. I tell you every week. And yet, most of you don't take me seriously. Because you don't take God seriously. Because you can't see him. He doesn't come punish you. You know, I told you, it's just like when why is it that some people got to be whipped? They got to be beat in order for them to stay on course. Why do some people? God ain't gonna come down here and whoop you. He ain't gonna come kick you in the butt. He gave you the pathway to come through Jesus. It's up to you to do it. If you don't take the time to find out who God is and how powerful he is, if you only care about things down here on earth and you ain't worrying about what happened after you die, and that's the point. These things don't happen until after you die. So you want to keep on sexing up everything you can find. You want to keep on doing any drug you can do. You want to keep on drinking and drinking until you're throwing up in the tub. You want to keep on cheating and lying and stealing from your fellow man. You want to keep breaking everybody down because you don't see the penalty. But there's a penalty. It's at the end. It's at the end. But the devil got you thinking that you just gonna smile when you stand in front of Jesus. You gonna smile and he gonna just let you in. He's gonna say, I love you, even though you evil as hell. That's what the devil got you thinking. And that's why people don't fear God like they should. They don't fear him. Anybody have an opinion before we go look and see what the two articles I pulled up say? I want y'all to understand what the word fear. You should fear God because he can throw you in a lake of fire and kill your life source, kill your spirit, your soul. But you also should fear him because he created you. People take that for granted. A child should fear their parents. And while they little, they do fear their parents. But when they get older, they learn that they can call CFS, DFS on them and get the parents in trouble. Or they learn that they can join up with other teenagers and they can terrorize their parents. One day, they bigger than their parents. You should still be afraid of your parents, even if you're bigger than them, if they raised you right. But you got kids that's running the parents. They do God the same way, and Jesus. I can do what I want and there ain't no penalty. I'm going to keep doing what I want. You'll understand. You'll forgive me. This is a hoax. Because, see, if you do what I ask you to do, you have no reason to fear God. But if you were raised the correct way, anytime somebody come to you and try to get you to do something that's wrong, your answer to them should be, God wouldn't want me to do this. I don't think Jesus would approve. The same way, if you're a young lady and your boyfriend wants you to have sex with him, you should say, marry me. That's what God says. Marry me. What? I just want to fool around with you. Well, then can't do it. That's a sin. God says you can't do it. But if you say, okay, because they gave you some flowers, or they bought you dinner, or they took you to a concert, or they bought you some nice clothes, your fear of not getting those things done to you would allow you to do it. That means you have no fear of God. That's what that means. You have no fear of God. Because if you did, you wouldn't do it. If you see that your parents and passed out and their wallet is sitting there and they got money bulging out of it, and you decide to go over there and take $50 out of it, take $100 out of it, but you see that credit card and you go use it, you don't fear your parents. Because if you did, you wouldn't do that. That means you don't respect them. When you do these things, you don't respect Jesus and God, because you know they don't want you to do them, but you do it anyway. You don't have no respect for them. We picked two things at random. Let's see what they got to say here. Up. Sorry about that, y'all. I messed up. Go to share screen. My bad, y'all. That was my bad. My bad. All right. Now let's scroll back. My bad. I said my bad. All right. This is called the fear of the Lord. Because I typed in what the Bible say about people not fearing God. Our fear of God should make us afraid to disobey him. Our love of God should make us want to obey him. Let's say that again. Our fear of God should make us afraid to obey him. Our love of God should make us want to obey him. I will make an everlasting covenant with them, that I will not turn away from them to do them good, and I will put the fear of me in their heart, so they will not turn away from me. Jeremiah 32:40. I don't know what this is. Hold on. Your dad is huge, Darcel said as she and Shania walked down the steps of Shania's house on their way to the store. Shania smiled. She was used to her friends being surprised the first time they met her dad. Yes, she answered. He used to be a football player. You mean like for real football? Darcel asked. Shania nodded. He's retired now, but he played for a couple of different teams. Wow, Darcel thought for a moment. Aren't you afraid of him? Afraid of him, Shania echoed. Why would I be afraid of him? Darcel stooped down and picked up a tiny twig off the sidewalk. Because he could snap you. She broke the twig between her fingers like this. Shania laughed and shook her head. No, she said, I'm not afraid that he'll hurt me. I mean, he may be big and strong, but he's really loving too. I love it when we cuddle together and he lets me sit on his lap. Girl, as big as you are, Darcel said, you sit on his lap? Uh-huh, Shania answered. They reached the corner opposite the store and waited for the traffic light to change. You're telling me your dad never gets mad at you or anything like that, Darcel said. Shania thought for a moment. Yeah, he gets mad sometimes, but you know what I hate even more than when I make him mad? When I know I've disappointed him or hurt him. That's what I'm afraid of, I guess. I'm afraid of hurting him. I'm afraid of disobeying him and disappointing him. I'd be afraid too, Darcel said, if my dad was the size of an apartment building. The light changed and the girls crossed the street. I keep telling you it's not like that, Shania insisted. I know my dad loves me and I love him, so I'm afraid to disobey him. Yeah, but it's like my respect for him makes me afraid to disobey him, and my love for him makes me want to obey him. Can I read that again? I thought this was going to be whack. It's like my respect for him makes me afraid to disobey him, and my love for him makes me want to obey him. Is Shania's relationship with her dad like your feelings about your parents? If so, how? If not, how are your feelings different? Do you think Shania's fear of her dad is anything like the fear of the Lord? If so, how? If not, how was it different? Does your respect for God make you afraid to disobey him? Does your love for him make you want to obey him? Lord, we want to fear you in a healthy way. We also want to love you. That was a quick article. That was a quick one. But it backed up what I said. You ought to fear God if you want to continue on the paradise. You should have a fear. But you also should love him because he wants to love you. And when you love somebody, you fear disappointing them. You fear letting them down. You fear doing things you know will make them angry. Did you have that relationship with Jesus and God? Let's look at, we bookmarked another article. So let's see what this says. This is going to be hard to read because it's spread all over the page. What happens when the fear of God is missing? What happened to the fear of God behind the pulpit and in society? What the heck? Can I pause that? Thank you. What's happened to the fear of God behind the pulpit and in society? More people are living as if there is no God. So what happens when the fear of God is missing? The fear of God is not completely understood by those outside of the church, but even some inside the church. The fear of God is not a fear of being struck down by God when you sin, or of having the dread of hell hanging over your head, although that is a real fear for non-believers. But rather, the fear of God is a deep, holy, reverential respect and awe for God, for God's word, and for obeying God's commands. Believers don't obey God out of fear, but out of love. However, fearing God is living in obedience to God. Solomon wrote, "The fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge. Fools despise wisdom and instruction." Proverbs 1:7. And as I wrote, fearing God means hating sin. Just as Solomon writes, the fear of the Lord is hatred of evil, pride and arrogance, and the way of the evil, and perverted speech I hate. Proverbs 18. If we learn anything about fear from Scripture, we learn that the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, and the knowledge of the Holy One is insight. Proverbs 9 and 10, and hating sin. Believers should not be living in fear of God's judgment because they've had their sins atoned for by Christ. The wrath of God that was our due has been placed on Christ instead of us. That means that there's no more fear of God's wrath. The Apostle John wrote, "There is no fear in love, but perfect love casts out fear. For fear has to do with punishment, and whoever fears has not been perfected in love." 1 John 4:18. The Christ follower should not fear God's punishment because Christ has taken upon himself the punishment for our sins. The Apostle Paul says, "There is therefore now no condemnation for those who are in Christ Jesus." Romans 8:1. So what is there to fear? As for non-believers, the Apostle Paul noted, even in this day, there is no fear of God before their eyes. Romans 3:18. And what happens where there is no fear of God in the land, Paul wrote, their throat is an open grave. They use their tongues to deceive. The venom of asp is under their lips. Their mouth is full of curses and bitterness. Their feet are swift to shed blood. In their paths are ruin and misery, and the way of peace they have not known. Romans 3:13-17. Doesn't that sound very much like living in America today? When I read this, I think about the swift feet of those who shed innocent blood by abortion. And since Roe versus Wade, about 63 million lives have been snuffed out. When sin increases, it's because there's no fear of God in the land or in the people's heart. Or where there's no fear of God, there's no limit to the evil. In Noah's day, the earth had grown so wicked that God had to begin again with Noah and his family, since the Lord saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every intention of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. Genesis 6:5. In other words, they spent all that time inventing new ways to sin. So it's no wonder that the earth was corrupt in God's sight, and the earth was filled with violence, and God saw the earth and beheld it was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted their way on the earth. Genesis 6:11-12. Why had the whole earth become corrupted? There was no fear of God at all. They rejected Noah's preaching, and as a result, they all perished. Jesus told the crowd, "Unless you repent, you will all likewise perish." Luke 13:3. Matthew Henry was right when he said, "Where no fear of God is, no good is to be expected." The Apostle Paul wrote that it is by the fear of the Lord we persuade others. 2 Corinthians 5:11. Solomon wrote a fitting conclusion and a summary of the entire book of Ecclesiastes. And here's his specific purpose statement. The end of all the matter, all has been heard. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. For God will bring every deed into judgment with every secret thing, whether good or evil. Ecclesiastes 12:13-14. Fearing man is a stumbling block, but fearing God is the wisest thing you could do. Jesus tells us what, or really who to fear, and said, "Do not fear those who kill the body but cannot kill the soul. Rather fear him who can destroy both soul and body in hell." Matthew 10:28. And we know from scriptures that it is a fearful thing to fall into the hands of the living God. Hebrews 10:31. If you trust in Christ, you'll never have to worry about fear again. We've seen it proven that when there is no fear, there is no shortage of sin. If people do not fear God, then anything goes. Solomon wrote that because the sentence against an evil deed is not executed speedily, the heart of the children of man is fully set to do evil. Ecclesiastes 8:11. Now, isn't it exactly like our court systems today? Appeal after appeal, time judges' hands by muddying the waters with slick delay tactics and loopholes. One example of this true account of a man who filed a civil suit against a large company for negligence. Before the trial, he and his attorney met with the company's attorney, and the company's lawyer later told him privately, if you sue us, we'll tie you up in court for so many years that you won't live long enough to spend a penny of it. No fear of God equals no fear of punishment. And if there's no fear of punishment, then anything goes. And the more evil it is, the better it is. Today, if it's good, it's called evil. And if it's evil, then it's called good. Isaiah 5:20. Clearly, in most cases, there's no fear of God in the land. All right, let me take the chat. Anybody got any comments? Nia said, one must believe in God in order to fear. Well, Nia, most people believe in a God because they were taught when they were young. As they get older, they let other people tell them that there is no God. And because they want to do the things that they know that God doesn't approve of, they accept it. And when they accept it, they start to lean toward the devil. And the devil tells them, hey, you can have fun. You can do all these things. Jesus and God won't do nothing to you. They love you. And these people are going to find out the hard way what the penalty is. They're going to find out the hard way what the penalty is. Anybody have any questions or any comments? Come on now. I gave y'all 2 topics. Don't nobody have any comments? No questions? No insights? Anybody? Hello? It's 11 people here, according to the StreamYard. There's 3 on the Minister channel, and it's either 8 or 9 of y'all on the e-bike channel. Nobody have a comment? All right, let's see what's going on in the news. In the news. In the news. Go home. Oh, Lord. There ain't no volume? Oh, the volume's up. Yeah, he grabbed that woman's butt. Y'all might have seen this already, but I haven't.
Shows you the moment this happened. You see the man starts shooting at another guy on the street. Police say, though, he missed and instead hit 2 people on that MTA bus. Thankfully, police say they're both going to be okay. But we have News 4's Paisy Chang they're in the latest on this in Jamaica with this another example of brazen gun violence, Paisy.
That's right, Adam. We spoke to the victim who was shot. It just happened just before 9 o'clock in the morning. He was here getting off this bus stop. He was standing on the bus when suddenly he heard an explosion and he felt a pain in his left arm. Showing us his wound, 66-year-old Jose Gonzalez recounts the moment a bullet grazed his arm while he was riding this MTA bus. I stood up to get off, and suddenly, boom, and bullets flew by, and the bullet grazed me. I thought the bullet hit me because it hurt a lot. The gunshot came from an incident on Jamaica Avenue, captured on security video. The shooter, wearing a red backpack, appears to have words with another man on the street. He comes back on screen and fires. The bullets missed the man, who runs for cover, but ended up piercing the windshield of an MTA bus, hitting 2 passengers, including Gonzalez. I threw myself on the floor, and the other man was also on the floor with me. I was here to visit my doctor because I have a heart condition. A second man was hit in the arm. He's expected to be okay. The interim president of New York City Transit extended condolences to the victims and said the bus operator helped police.
Got out of the bus and was able to flag down a police officer that was nearby to make the arrest.
And at a late afternoon news conference, police released this picture. It is the semi-automatic weapon that they found inside the assailant's backpack. They said there were still rounds left over. They believe he fired up to 3 shots in this direction. As we know, at least one of them went inside that MTA bus. Now, at this point, and looking at the video, we saw it doesn't appear that the assailant knew his intended victim. It looks like they were just passing by each other on the street, exchanged some words, and that's when he took out his weapon and started firing at him. We're live from Jamaica tonight. Paisy Chang, News 4 New York.
Sad. It's really sad. Uh-oh. Chicago.
Police today identifying the officer who was shot and killed last night in West Englewood. 29-year-old Ella French joined the force 3 years ago. Meantime, investigators have arrested a 3rd suspect wanted in connection with that shooting that also left another officer fighting for his life.
WGN's Dana Rebick is live at the U of C Medical Center where the wounded officer is being treated. Dana.
Good evening to both of you. Superintendent Brown had been in Dallas after his mother had passed away late last week, but he flew into Chicago early this morning after this incident last night. We now know all 3 suspects involved are in custody as this male police officer is still here in critical condition, fighting for his life.
I am here as mayor, declared today an official day of mourning for our city. Tragedy has struck again.
29-year-old Chicago police officer Ella French shot and killed in the line of duty last night.
Officer down, shots fired at the police.
Officer French and her 2 partners were conducting a traffic stop just after 9 p.m. at West 63rd and South Bell in West Englewood on a vehicle with 2 men and 1 woman inside. A male passenger opened fire on the officers, shooting Officer French and her male partner. Officers returned fire, striking the offender. He was taken to Advocate Christ Medical Center in Oak Lawn. Both wounded officers were transported to the University of Chicago Medical Center. Fellow officers gathered outside last night. There was also a police procession to the Cook County Medical Examiner's office.
Despite the shock, grief, pain, and sorrow we feel this morning, our brothers and sisters in blue put this uniform on each and every day. They go to work risking everything to serve the people of Chicago.
2 male suspects were arrested at the scene. A 3rd female suspect was taken into custody around 4:30 this morning.
People of goodwill in the city, I urge you, we must come together. We must unite. We have a common enemy. It's the guns and the gangs.
I'm asking Chicago to wrap their arms around our police officers today and encourage them to continue their great work in protecting us all.
These three officers are out of the 8th District and part of CPD's Community Safety Team. That is a citywide unit that formed last summer to respond to crime hotspots. Officer French had 3.5 years on the force. The male officer here has been with the department.
Does anybody have a comment? Because they're asking the people of Chicago to have faith in the police department where they got almost 700 deaths. The people they're supposed to be protecting, almost 700 of them are dying. Those people are not being protected. And now we find out they can't even protect themselves. If I was in Chicago, I would be nervous. I would be nervous to be a resident of Chicago. Because if they have no problem shooting the police, they don't have no problem shooting you. I'm dead serious. If they don't have no problem shooting the police, what would they do to you? I've been around a lot of drug dealers. Jobs that I worked, I had to take them back and forth. And the one thing I always heard them say, you don't attack a police officer because that's going to bring the police around and mess the business up. So if you don't care about killing the police, they ain't gonna give a darn about you. As you head outside to work tomorrow, keep that in mind. We didn't see this body cam footage. We gotta check this out.
People today.
Oh, Lord. Come on.
Released video show a fatal encounter between a female driver and Dalton police. Before it was all over, shots were fired, an officer was dragged, and the vehicle crashed into a store. There's your video today. Good afternoon to you. I'm Lourdes Duarte.
And I'm Ben Bradley. 2 officers were injured. The driver was killed. Now, this all started with an argument at a restaurant drive-thru last week.
WGN's Julian Cruz is live in Dalton with more on that stunning video. Julian.
Well, Lourdes, we've got some new developments. Family of the late Alexis Wilson and their lawyers scheduled to hold a press conference here in about a half an hour, demanding that Dalton police release the full, unedited, raw versions of the surveillance cameras and body camera video. Dalton police releasing a condensed version of those videos earlier today.
The vehicle is being used as a weapon. And the officer obviously was in fear for his safety.
With the Dalton patrol officer hanging out the passenger side door of this minivan, the young motorist, 19-year-old Alexis Wilson of Homewood, flees the scene, a fast food restaurant on the 900 block of Sibley Boulevard, with Dalton police officers opening fire.
Once the vehicle actually hit the street, there was a series of gunshots that were heard. The officer responded to those gunshots by firing his weapon.
Some of those shots coming from the patrolman hanging out the door, Dalton's chief explains at a morning press conference. Wilson and her vehicle with the officer all crashing together into a nearby bicycle shop. You can hear the badly injured patrolman after the crash, his name or age not being released, as he recuperates in an unnamed hospital. Whether Alexis Wilson was killed by a bullet or the impact of the crash, an open question for now. The Illinois State Police Public Integrity Unit, heading up the investigation, yet to release details on the autopsy, with results from toxicology reports still pending.
In the climate of today, it is very important for the public to see both sides of the incident.
Dalton's police chief releasing the nearly 30-minute long edited video from the fateful morning of July 27th. Police body cams and restaurant security cameras capturing the tragic incident.
The female driver was asked numerous times to step out of the car.
Police called to the scene initially by a 911 call with reports of an irate woman banging on the drive-through window of Baba's restaurant, employees reporting that they saw a gun.
We're not really trying to go over there because nobody wants to get shot in here. Step out.
But lawyers for Wilson's family say this snippet of video shows police punching the teen in the face, precipitating her attempt to escape, they say. Now, one complicating factor, the video shows Alexis Wilson, who was wearing nothing but a halter top, telling police that she did not want to step out of her minivan because she was naked. Police fearing that she had a gun. They say that Illinois State Police are in possession of the weapon that was recovered at the crash scene. The family telling us that the teenager did not carry a weapon. In Dalton, Julian Cruz, WGN News.
Well, can't go to Walmart, can't go to Target, can't go to the mall. Now you can't go to the drive-thru, can't go to the subway, can't get on the bus. God darn, what can you do? What can you do? Go.
In the death of a 91-year-old Bronx man found tied up with electrical cord inside his garage. Police releasing new video of the person of interest. The man was seen entering the victim's home on Wickham Avenue in Pelham Gardens on Tuesday around 12:30, wearing that yellow construction vest you see right there. A short time later, he is seen running back to his truck before tossing something into the bed and driving off. Police are looking at robbery as a possible motive.
You killed a 91-year. The fact that the man lived that long. Here we go. This is the story I was talking about, I think.
Well, this is new tonight, and it is hard to watch. A horrific shooting on a New York City sidewalk. A woman shot and killed by another woman who just casually walked up to the victim and pulled the trigger point blank. Then she got into a car and just sped off, too. News 4's Miles Miller, live in Crown Heights, Brooklyn. Miles, and he talked with the victim's mother tonight. What are you hearing about this?
Well, the victim's mother is so distraught she could barely stand up. She grabbed my hand for strength and just really can't fathom who would want to kill her daughter. And she really says she can't believe the way her daughter died on this street.
Somebody executing my child. They killed my baby. Was something that horrible.
Delia Barry has been crying so much she can barely stand up. A mother's pain after her namesake, her daughter, 42-year-old Delia Johnson, was shot in the head at point-blank range by this woman.
We have to pray for the person that did this. Pray for their family. Because I live in peace. Me. But I do want to know why if I ever see you.
It happened Wednesday evening on Franklin Avenue, near Park Place in Crown Heights. Delia's mom says her daughter had just left the funeral service for a friend and got a call to meet up with friends here. Seconds later, this woman pulls up and, without saying anything, kills her with a single shot. The shooter calmly walks away with her purse over her shoulder, gets back into her car, and takes off.
I have so much pain. I'm numb.
They know who she is.
Try my best. To hold myself up. But the slaughter, because that's what it was.
God
is good. I thank you so much, Father.
Delia was a mother of a 17-year-old girl and an entrepreneur seen here selling vintage clothes.
Oh my God, help me, Lord. They killed my baby. I'm 42. She will be missed Monday.
Sources close to the investigation say detectives working this case know who they're looking for. They believe that woman may have been a former friend, and they are working that angle tonight. There is a vigil scheduled for right here later this evening. We are live in Crown Heights. I'm Miles Miller, News 4 New York. Back to you.
I just want y'all to understand. I want y'all to understand. Earlier, the two ladies were at a funeral. The two ladies were at a funeral, mourning somebody, and you leave the funeral and you go cause another funeral. Somebody explain. You want to explain, Liz? Welcome back. Two ladies left a funeral. You lure somebody to a location after coming from a funeral that you both attended. What could that woman have done to you at that funeral that make you want to kill her? If people ain't sick, I don't know what they are. They got to be sick. That's just sick. Can we use that? I hope we don't get flagged for this. It's a risk. It's a risk to play this. They got two commercials. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't play this. They got two commercials.
Welcome back to CBS This Morning. There are new questions about how police handle mental health calls following disturbing video of a sheriff's deputy restraining an 18-year-old. The deputy was responding to a 911 call that the teenager, Nakia Trigg, was jumping in front of cars and threatening suicide. But she was not doing either when he approached her. Our national correspondent, Jerika Duncan, spoke with the teenager's mother. Hi, Jerika. Good morning.
Good morning. The teenager's mother, as you all can imagine, is highly upset by this. The Kaufman County Sheriff's Department is conducting an internal investigation. The deputy is currently on administrative leave, but the family says he deserves to be fired after what they say was an assault on Nakia Trigg and are questioning why he responded in the first place. We want to warn you, some of the video you're about to see is disturbing. What's wrong?
Newly released body cam footage shows a sheriff's deputy only identified as Martin following a barefoot 18-year-old Nakia Trigg as she was walking home last Tuesday.
What's your address?
The sheriff's office had received calls about a young lady in the neighborhood attempting suicide by jumping into oncoming traffic.
There's a young lady, an African-American lady, that is walking in the middle of the street. I'm keeping an eye on her because I don't want her anything to happen to her. 3 people have already had to swerve out of the way, and me including.
The situation escalates when Martin tries to stop the visibly upset teen from walking away.
So we got a call that you were jumping out in front of cars, so I can't let you go walking off on me now, okay? So where do you live? Okay, so you can't go anywhere, okay? You got to talk to me. Okay?
Let me call my sister. I don't want you to hurt me.
I'm not going to hurt you, okay? Okay. Stop pulling away.
I don't want you to hurt me.
If you keep pulling away, I got to put you in handcuffs, though.
Martin's body camera falls to the ground, but for more than 2 minutes, the officer is on top of Trigg.
I can't breathe. Get off of me.
She was probably afraid that she was about to be arrested or worse. He's expecting a person who is in a crisis to be able to calm down and follow commands. And I don't know how realistic that is.
Lisa Daly is with the Treatment Advocacy Center. She says people with mental health concerns are at higher risk of dying when interacting with police.
What do you think could have been done differently? You can have first responders that are not police, or that the police are available, but they aren't the primary response. So you might have somebody who's really trained in de-escalate.
The sheriff's office says Martin was following protocol, adding that in an effort to prevent the female from running into traffic or sustaining an injury, Deputy Martin executed a control technique taught by the Kaufman County Sheriff's Office. It's called a top mount and is commonly used in jiu-jitsu and allows the deputy to control the lower body without impeding breathing. Nikki Ray is Nakaya's mother.
If that is their statement, that would have been a move that he would have needed to do when she was still on the main road attempting to run in front of cars. When he got out of his vehicle and approached my daughter, she was on the sidewalk and about to cross the street, headed home.
When she arrived on scene, she heard her daughter saying she couldn't breathe.
Do you wonder what would have happened had you not gotten there soon?
That is one thing that I don't even want to think about.
Why does she need handcuffs? Trigg was taken to the hospital for a mental health evaluation and released 15 minutes later, according to her mother.
If someone is in mental distress, law enforcement, people who are trained to respond to criminal activity should not be those who respond to someone who is in mental distress.
Kim T. Cole is the family's attorney and echoes Daly's concerns about law enforcement and situations involving mental health.
They do not have the training for it. They're called out when someone has broken the law. This is not the same as a teenage girl who is having an emotional moment.
When Trigg complained that the handcuffs were too tight, Ray could not understand why the deputy handcuffed her daughter in the first place. She says she reached to rub her daughter's wrist to calm her down, but police say Ray struck the deputy. The video is not clear as to exactly what happened, but Ray has been charged with assault on a public servant and interference with public duties. Another concern for Ray, she says she got a call from the sheriff's office that Deputy Martin tested positive for COVID.
Oh, that's like,
Deputy Martin, who was on top of her daughter.
right.
Exactly.
Has her daughter been tested?
Oh,
Her
Lord.
daughter has been tested. The mother's results came in. They're negative. She's still awaiting her daughter's results. But this is, we
Damn.
covered these stories.
Hey, you think it can't get no worse? Damn. That's rough right there. That's rough right there. That's when you can't think they ain't getting any worse.
I'ma do it how I do it.
Man.
On camera trying to steal a car in Brooklyn. Surveillance video shows the man get into a parked carts running on Nostrand Avenue in Flatbush last Thursday. When the car owner tries to stop him, the man hits the gas, crashing the car into a parked bus. The suspect then puts the car in reverse, hitting a parked car. As the two continue to struggle, at one point the thief got out of the car and then seemed to rethink about getting back in it before he ran away. He was last seen running southbound on Nostrand Avenue. Police
Look at him.
want to find him.
He ain't got the sense of a chance. You can see it in his face. He looks stupid as I don't know what. Hey, on simpleton. But that's somebody's boo-boo. That's somebody's little man. Yeah, we covered that. Dizzy. Yeah, that would be Fox News. 4 years ago. Uh-oh. Let's wait with that old. Seven years ago. Popular YouTuber charged with assaulting woman in Minnesota. Just go ahead and make us look bad, but that's Fox. I can't do nothing about it. I love to play it for y'all.
And breaking news now we're following this morning out of North Harris County. We've been talking about that this morning. At least one person is dead in a nightclub shooting.
Yeah, and it's described as a chaotic shooting at that club. At least 5 others shot. Our Devin Clark live near FM 1960 in Aldine Westfield with more on this investigation. Devin, good morning.
Good morning, Brandon and Cambrella. It's unclear exactly what led up to the shooting, but investigators say it all began as some sort of a disturbance inside of this nightclub that spilled out into the parking lot and escalated. They are calling this a mass shooting. Harris County Precinct 4 Constable's Office, along with the Harris County Sheriff's Office, investigating this. We know that one person is dead after being shot here. Another person transported via helicopter in unknown condition, and 2 people were found injured inside of a car.
Total of 6 people that were shot. 4 were transported to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. 1 person was life-flighted to Memorial Hermann downtown, and then the 6th person was pronounced deceased here at the scene.
Investigators believe that there might have been multiple people firing inside of this club. They say that this disturbance spilled out into the parking lot and continued down FM 1960, where 1 vehicle was found disabled. Of course, the investigation into this is just beginning as this happened overnight, and you can see the scene still active here behind me. We're going to bring you more information as more details become available. For now, reporting live in North Harris County, Devin Clark, KPRC 2 News.
Y'all can see it's just not getting no better. It's not getting no better. Speaking of better, let's see if they got any of my bikes in stock yet. Nope, still none in stock. They got any PX1s in stock? Nope. What about the PX2? Nope. The X7? Nope. And we don't even PS6? Nope. What about black? Nope. So let's just focus on the Brady girls. All right. Let's take a look at Cindy Brady. Cindy Brady, budget bike. For those of you who are looking to get into e-biking, you can't go wrong starting out with this. This is the Pedelec G9. What makes this bike special is, look at it. It don't look like a bike. It's nice and lightweight. It has a 13-hour battery, which for $899 is a steal. It has mechanical disc brakes. It has a 7-speed Shimano turning shifter. It has a nice display. It has front shocks. I can't guarantee whether or not it has a seat post. But for $899, you can go on Amazon and get a seat post for $30. Seriously. $899. We have it in several different colors. Just looks classy. This is an e-bike. It doesn't look like it. It looks like a regular mountain bike. We also have it in orange and gray. Let me give you the link for it. And here's the code. Let me type it in. Let me copy it so I can show you what to do with it. There's the link if anybody's interested in getting the Cindy Brady. Let me show you what you do with it. Wait a minute, they don't have any in orange. They got 53 in green, and there's 18 in gray. It's only 18 of these left. Go to buy now. Put my coupon code in. Oh, it's still spinning. Wait a minute. Come on. All right. Put my coupon code in. Hit apply. And you see it's $8.99. That is a steal. But if you want more comfort, if you want more features, this is the basic. Let me show you the upgrade. This we call the Jan Brady. This is the middle child. And I'm sorry. That's the prettiest e-bike I've ever seen. That bike is just beautiful. This does not look like an e-bike. And it's classy. What separates this bike from the one I just showed you? Well, this one has an 8-speed shifter instead of a 7-speed shifter. Instead of disc brakes, this has hydraulic brakes. And let me tell you, there's a difference between disc brakes and hydraulic brakes. You know, I'm using the Plus, which is the upgrade to this. I'm using that as my full-time driver because of the hydraulic brakes. I just got the brakes on my PX5 fixed, but I prefer the brakes, the hydraulic brakes. I can tell you there's a difference between hydraulic brakes. There's a difference. I'm telling you, the stopping power is, the hydraulic brakes is worth the upgrade. But it also has an 8-speed shifter instead of a 7-speed shifter. It has a color display. It has full frame flex suspension. And I'm telling you, it's worth it. The upgrade. That suspension, it got front suspension and it got rear suspension. That rear suspension, I'm telling you, that flex frame is worth it. This is the upgrade. If you want something a little fancier, you want something with all the accompaniments, this is the bike for you. Look how classy that looks. And we have it in other colors. We got 20 of these in gray. Isn't that classy? And for those of y'all in the military, we have one for you also. See yourself riding around the base on that? Can you see yourself riding around the base on that? The MPs will salute you as you ride by. This bike's a little bit more expensive, but it's worth it for the stuff you get. Let me give you the link. Let me put the coupon code in for you. Now they say if we sell 15 bikes, they will send me a bike to review for y'all. If we sell 15 bikes, they will send a bike for me to review for y'all. So if y'all tired of seeing me ride the same 2 bikes, help yourself out. Get yourself one of these lovely e-bikes. And I'll show you how to use it in your daily life. This is the coupon code. And I'll show you what you can do with it. Copy. Let me put it in. Put in Bubba Derek GS9. And the price drops to $13.99. Now, if you buy the GS9 or the one I'm getting ready to show you, it's 2 coupons, not 1. And so you'll help me get the 15 even faster. But you can see $13.99. $13.99 for this. That is just gorgeous. I'm sorry. That bike is just gorgeous. Now, if you got a couple more dollars, oh man, I messed up. Hey, man, go back. If you got a couple more dollars, you need to get what I'm looking at right now. And I'm telling you, I have rode this. The one we got had some problems. This is, in my opinion, the mother load. This is the mother load right here. We call these family of bikes the G babies. You got the Marsha, you got the Jan, and you got the Cindy, Jan, and Marsha. This is the Marsha. If you can't look at this bike, just looking at it should tell you, yes, they all look similar. They're in the same family. They are gorgeous line. The gorgeous e-bikes or the G-babies, the Brady girls. What makes this bike the mother load? But let me tell you, unlike the $899 one, which has mechanical disc brakes, the GS9 and the GS9 Plus, what this is, they have hydraulic brakes. But the GS9 only has an 8-speed shifter. This has a 9-speed shifter. The GS9 and the GS9 Plus both have color displays. They both have the same front and rear suspension. What separates Marsha from Jan? What separates Marsha from Jan? If you ain't noticed, look at them fat tires. Instead of having 27-inch, 2.8-inch wide tires, Marsha has 26-inch, 4-inch wide tires. It's like riding on pillows. Now, the G9 and the GS9, the $899 and the $1399 bike, they both have 13-hour batteries, 13 amp hour batteries. The average e-bike has 10.4. But The GS9 Plus, the Marsha Brady, she has a 14.5 amp hour battery. Not 13. She has a 14.5 amp hour battery. Now, this is important because you're pushing bigger tires. But why else do you need that bigger battery? Because this bike has something that the other two wish they had. Cindy and Jan are jealous of Marsha because Marsha has not a motor that peaks at 800 watts like Cindy and Jan. Marsha has a motor that peaks at 1100 watts. Yes. That's what separates this bike and makes it the champ. It got a 700 watt nominal, but it can peak to almost 1100 watts. Watts of power pushing you up the hills, pushing you out there when you're up there riding with the cars like I do. This is a powerhouse. The fact that it got a 9-speed shifter, flex frame suspension, hydraulic brakes, color display, 26-inch, 4-inch wide fat tires, a 14.5 hour battery. And we have not even made the battery say it's 3/4 of the way. Matter of fact, I don't think I've shown my last trip. But y'all judge for yourselves, because I'll show it in a minute. But this is the mother load right here. And once again, it don't look like an e-bike. And I took this bad girl to the hospital Thursday. The video is up. We took it inside the hospital. And they didn't give us no problem. We took it all through the hospital. They didn't give us no problem. If you want to be like me, treat yourself. You won't regret it. This is a powerhouse. Let me get y'all the link so y'all can get one for yourselves. Now remember, if you get the GS9 or the GS9 Plus, it counts as 2 coupons. Every time you use the coupon for the regular G9, that's at $8.99, it counts as 1 of the 15. But if you get the GS9 or the GS9 Plus, it counts as 2. So we need to sell 15. And they'll send me a bike to show y'all. We need to sell 15. And they'll send me another bike to show y'all. So if y'all interested in that and you want one of these for yourself, help me out and help yourself out at the same time. I don't do this for money. I do this for the security of having transportation to get around. These are my cars to me. But use the code Brother Derek P GS9 Plus. Let me copy the link. Let me send it to y'all. If you go to buy now, we got 98 available. You go to buy now and you paste in the code. The price drops to $17.59. $17.59 to get 1,100 watts of power behind your bike. 9-speed shifter. Hydraulic brakes. 14.5 hour battery. Full suspension, front and rear, and the flexes. I'm telling you, that flex suspension is so comfortable, it's ridiculous. You don't even feel the bumps. You got to really hit something hard to even feel the bumps. A lot of times I'm like, oh no, bump. And then I'd be like, what was I worried about? If that's what you want, that's the kind of comfort that you want. You need to treat yourself. Treat yourself to the Marsha. All the Brady girls will do the job. But it's something. Something about this bike that got me to take all the stuff. I'm considering getting a luggage rack. I really am considering getting a luggage rack. I'm dead serious. I'm considering getting a cargo rack for her. Even though mine came damaged. I'm really considering getting a luggage rack. Some of y'all would say, well, why would you put money into a bike that you don't own? That's how much I enjoy riding it. That's how much I enjoy riding it. I love my PX5. And when they get more in stock, it's on sale for $8.99. I can't wait to promote it to y'all so y'all can get one for yourself. But I'm telling you, if you can afford that $17.59, it's worth it. It's worth it. And I wish that mine hadn't got damaged in shipping, because I would love for y'all to see what this thing can do. Now, we didn't look at the footage from the last bike ride. So let's take a look at it. You know, if everybody ain't left. But like I said, y'all, if we sell 15 bikes, the $8.99 ones only count as one. If you use my coupon to purchase the bike, if you buy the GS9 or the GS9 Plus, they count as two. Y'all hear me? They count as two. If you get the G9 for $8.99, and it's a great deal, it counts as one. But any assistance will be appreciated. You say I'm mixing up the costs. How I'm mixing the costs up? $8.99 for the Cindy, the G9. Then the one in the middle, the Jan, that's $13.99. And then the Motherload, the Powerhouse, Marsha Brady, at $17.59. Now, because of the price difference between Cindy and Jan and Marsha, Jan and Marsha count as two instead of one. They count as two. So if anybody purchases a Jan or Marsha, that counts as two, which will help us get to 15. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on a second here. It's the G9. That's the Cindy Brady. That's the entry-level bike. Then you got the middle child. That's Jan. She has more specs. The hydraulic brakes. The 8-speed instead of the 7-speed. She has full frame suspension, a color display. That's the $13.99 bike. You paying for those extras. Then you have Marsha, which is the Motherload. She got the first two have 27.5-inch tires, 2.8 inches wide. But Marsha, the Plus, she has 26-inch, 4-inch wide fat tires. You said the G6. No, the GS9 is $13.99. The G9 is $8.99. That's the budget bike. That's the steal. The only differences between the $8.99 and the $13.99 is the hydraulic brakes, is the flex frame suspension, a color display, and 8 gears instead of 7. That's the difference between the $8.99 and the $13.99. I don't own any of them, but I have a GS9 Plus, the Motherlode. I got the Motherlode sitting here. Now I have a GS9, the Jan, in the bedroom. I asked the seller today to send me the battery. The battery doesn't work. I had to take the battery out the GS9 Plus and put that in that one, and it turns on. The battery ain't no good. And so I'm hoping that when they put the tire on correctly and they put the chain on correctly, I'm hoping the pedal assist work. If it does, then I'll take it out and ride it. If it doesn't, then I'm going to have to take the controller out and put the other one in. Because then we'll know for sure it's the controller. I don't want to take it out yet because when I put the battery in, the bike came on and it ran. I put the wires back in, I closed it, and then I noticed that the tire was rubbing against the frame when I tested it, and I could smell the rubber burning. So I said, we can't ride it like this. I took it back off and put it back on, and now it doesn't work. So I don't know if I didn't put the tire on right. I don't know if I didn't put the tire on right. It could be that I couldn't figure out how to put the back brake on. I don't know. That's why we waiting until the 17th. We're gonna let the guys at the bike shop. We might have to buy a new chain if they can't untangle the one that's on it. We might have to buy a new chain. But we're gonna let them fix the bike. The one I paid for is the foldable, the PS6. Hold on, I'll show it to you. Ain't there? They just don't have any in stock. That's why I'm not pushing it. Because they don't have any. This is the bike that the stimulus paid for. The Pedelec PX5. We waiting on a new shipment to come in on the boat. So they don't have any right now. So that's why I'm pushing the Brady girls. This bike and Cindy, the difference is it comes with a rack and you can fold it. That's what the differences are. And you get 20-inch fat tires by 4 inches wide instead of 27.5-inch. This looks like an e-bike. Cindy, Jan, and Marsha don't look like an e-bike. Somebody will see this and know it's an e-bike. They're not going to know. Because, Nia, I didn't exist. I had already bought the bike before I even had my first coupon code. If I'd have had the coupon code, and they didn't have the GS9 Plus. If I'd have had, if somebody would have had a coupon code when I got the stimulus, I would have bought the PS6 before they ran out of stock. I would have bought this bike. But look what it cost. It cost $1,599. They only gave us $1,400 there. They only gave us $1,400. Now they don't have any in stock, but with my coupon, you can get the bike for $1,299. Now, if there was a coupon when I was buying the PX5, this is the 6. If you look at the black, you can see that they both look very similar, except look at the heavy duty rack. I think that this is the best budget deal. Marcia is only better than this bike because it has a 12-hour battery. Marcia has a 14.5-hour battery. But it got the hydraulic brakes. Look at that heavy-duty rack. But this has the same 1,100-watt power motor, 1,100-watt peak motor in the rear that Marcia has. It only got an 8-speed shifter. Marcia got a 9. It has flex frame suspension. It's just down here instead of being under the frame. It's on the side of the frame. But this folds. Marcia doesn't. That's why I wanted this to do my grocery shopping with. This is the bike that I want. Right here. But they don't have any. But that's the bike I want. A PS6. Like I said, with my coupon code, it's only $12.99. It's a better bargain than Marcia. If you want that 750 watts behind you to up to 1,100, that's what you want, that power. It has that. And it's affordable. If you need it for your RV, put it in your car. If you get Marcia and you want to take it somewhere, you're going to have to get a bike rack. So because I didn't know what a G9 was. I didn't know what a G9 was. And you gotta remember, I only paid I only paid $800 for my bike. But yeah, I'd have preferred to have this. Instead, I didn't have the money at the time, and I didn't have a deal with them at the time. Liz said, we didn't have the we wasn't pushing the G9 in the beginning, Nia. In the beginning, we only had the PX5, this bike. We only had this bike, and we only had Marcia at the time. We started off with just 2 e-bikes. We were pushing the bike I had, and we were pushing the GS9. Then Bobcat came and started asking about Jan. I mean, he started asking about Marcia. At the time, they wasn't even carrying it. If you look, they got the GS9 which I'm sorry. You remember we was only pushing 2 bikes in the beginning. This one, and then remember they ran out of them. If it wasn't for Bobcat, I wouldn't even have. If it wasn't for Bobcat, we wouldn't even be doing the GS9 Plus. We wouldn't even be doing Martian. They didn't even have it. If you look. If you look, they have new arrival. They only started putting it on the website because Bob kept asking it about it. And I kept telling him, hey, Bobcat want to use my coupon, but somebody else was cheaper by $65. And I said, can you help him get a bike? He said no. And he cost me that sale. Them not having the PS6 cost me the sale with NOCF. So he cost me 2 sales. To be honest with you. But I'm not doing that job. They cost me 2 sales. That's the one thing I don't do. I tell the truth. They get mad about it. It's too bad.
The alarm supposed to be going off. Why you not going off, sir?
Wait a minute. That's not right. Hold on a second. Was that our last trip? Was that our last trip?
65 kilometers.
What was that?
Yeah. I'm drinking.
Was that our last trip?
Drifting on.
Hold on a second. Oh, that was our last trip? Well, I must not have got it off the camera.
Piece of crack. I can't wait till Friday, man. Y'all don't even know. I can't wait till Friday. Y'all ain't perfect. What? This motor got a mind of its own.
Yes, you can.
What? Mike, come on. How you doing? How you doing, buddy? Yes, sir. Now to make a run for the border. I see the border break. All right, y'all. That's other than. Woo!
Y'all can see I'm pedaling.
I forgot to put the domino on. Light gonna change soon as I put my feet down.
Woo, woo, woo. We passed that light. Oh, I didn't take the chicken out. Doggone it. Oh, no. I didn't take the chicken out. I'll be back here.
Always one damn person. It's always one. Come on, Bethany. Marsha. So you saying Bethany? How you doing, sir? Hey, what's up, buddy? Oh, snap. Yeah, go ahead and knock me down. The stern was a little off. I tried to fix it. Bike tried to throw me on the ground. Is it straight now? Yeah, it's straight. Bike tried to throw me on the ground. It's like we having a scooter convention. Girl tried to throw me on the ground. think the bike falls the backpack. Y'all see that? I had to smoke them guys on the scooter. We had to smoke them like a prostitute with a cigarette. We had to smoke them. We got one idiot. It's always one. It's always one. Nobody else coming. It's always one person to hold you up. Always one person. Let's get it. Let's smoke everybody. Somebody come record us. We don't like that. Welcome to the red light. Slow down, girl. All right. Whew. Let's say this winding down. What's coming up from? That's as loud as she go. This is my 7th time at the light today. We have not made it once. This is supposed to be safer than going the 33rd. We catch this light every time. All right, tell them back. There we go. Come on, Bessie. Let's go. Come on. Let's get it. Taking her a second to kick in. We got stop sign. Yep. It's the first time I got caught at it though. We got stop sign.
All right, y'all.
Let us drift.
I forgot to take
Drifting on
the food out the refrigerator.
Seems one place I sure to be there with you. Damn, he ain't got no lights on. Dude ain't got no headlights on. Thankfully, he had tail lights on. Told y'all. It's always got to be one person. I'm all right, too. I don't know if my lights on or not. Are my lights on? I don't remember turning them on.
This set look like a mini studio with all electronics on the bike. I just want to see the speed test. Hey, look, y'all. Y'all know we broadcasting on 2 different channels. So there's somebody over there on the Minister channel that says the replays are really boring. Zzz. Well, why are you watching them? You know, we are on the e-bike channel. Now, if you would like to help me earn an e-bike, purchase one. If not, shut up. And we'll leave it at that. That's for the person that's over there on the Minister channel. Since you wanted some attention, everybody over here on the e-bike channel. So we already know that you're not down with us because you on the wrong channel. The sermon been over.
I knew it. I opened the shocks up. Yeah, about him.
No, that's the odometer. Well, why didn't I set my own odometer up?
I opened the shocks up a little bit. I'm ready to take them back down. Oh, yeah. Good. Close them back up. All right. All right, y'all, let's gun it.
We got the odometer? You watching Bobcat?
Hey, Bob, this is fun, man. Where you at?
750 watts to 1100 watts of power. We are flying.
You want to feel that? Get one for yourself. I got the coupon code for you. Check one of my videos.
Look how fast we going, y'all.
How you doing?
Y'all see, I stopped pedaling for a second because we get ready to hit the corner. All right, now, y'all see I'm pedaling. 30, 35, 36, 37, 38.
That song was so good. Yeehaw! Oh. Feel like we lost something. Oh, the chain came off again. Doggone it.
Yeah, and that bump we hit.
We ain't lose it, did we? No. That coach thought that devil got to do something. He was having all that fun. Yeah, got to come running.
So I speed up. We put the chain back on. And we in motion.
A little harder to pedal now. Yeah, but I don't know. Yeah, it's a little harder to pedal now. Ouch.
All righty, now. Liz says she heading off to bed. All right, Liz, have a good night, dear. Thanks for coming by. Somebody came over here and said that I ain't even gonna say it because I don't want to give him no shine. I don't want to give him no shine. But y'all see how fast that bike is? Somebody gonna say, "Oh, it ain't worth $17.59." Shoot, you don't know what the heck you talking about. I have the headphone off my ear, so don't say the headphone look retarded. I ordered something. I forgot to take the chicken out the refrigerator. Yes, Liz. Good night. Rest well. I know you got to work tomorrow. We're not gonna stay on too late. Let me bring the phone up here so I can see it. See, I got just in case I don't hear the phone ring, I want to see. Nia says the weekend went by swiftly. Well, actually, I'm making myself change my sleeping habits, messing around with these deliveries. That's why I'm glad they're almost over. Everything should be here tomorrow. And we should be done. Everything should be here tomorrow. I'm not ordering another thing. I was thinking about getting a rack, but now I'll just use Bessie. We just want I'll just use Bessie. But let's recap and see what we got coming tomorrow. So we got the phone case. We got the mirrors that I got for the bike. Well, we got the turn signal bracelets. And we got the USB cord. They're supposed to came today. That was supposed to come today. That much running late. So and I showed y'all the fenders. I showed y'all the new bike mount. I can't wait to try it out tomorrow. Just say bracelets, but they only sent us one. And so I put that on the center of the bike, right behind the seat. And we got this, but we're not using it right now. I need to order another mount for it. I ain't gonna worry about it. This is the phone. That's the kickstand that was broke. That's the phone I tried to trick them into sending me, but they wouldn't fall for it. And then these are the two armbands. And I got one on the front tire. I got one on the back tire. So when the tire spin, it's gonna broadcast the light. Now I don't have it blinking because I want them to pay attention to the wristband. So they're not gonna be blinking, but they're gonna be on. So we got 3 lights on the bike. We got 3 lights in the front of the bike. We got 2 lights for the rear. So we should be good. And like I say, we've sold more of Bessie than anything else. And they out of them until the ship get in. So I don't know how long it's going to take to earn. I don't know how long it's going to take to sell 15. See, the problem is the G9, the Cindy Brady, is a good deal. $899 for a 13-hour battery and a bike that don't look like an e-bike. I think this was steal. But see, people want that GS9 you just saw me riding, but they don't want to spend the $1,759. I told them they need to lower their price. He started whining. It costs $300 to send the bike overseas, and yeah, whatever. Well, ain't nobody buying it. So you need to lower the price if you want to push some. Make a name for yourself. Have people riding around on your bikes. Then other people will see that and they'll want to buy them. But you know, that don't make sense. Most of the time, people see something somebody else has and they say, I want that. So the more bikes you get into people's hands, the more people are going to want to buy your bike. Doesn't that make sense, y'all? Doesn't that make sense? Or am I just crazy? But I don't think we've sold the e-bike this week. But now that I'm riding the GS9 Plus, maybe people will see me riding it. Maybe they'll start buying it. You know? Yeah, the weekend did go by swiftly. This has been a fast weekend. Sitting outside in that heat really did a number on me. But we got to do it again tomorrow. Supposedly we got 4 things coming, so I'm looking forward. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to trying out the hand signal bracelets, even though we probably gonna be going out during the daytime. So But what I like about that is it go on my wrist, so it don't matter what bike I'm on. It'll be on my wrist, so it don't matter, what bike I'm using. That's what I like. But at least now, my bike is sitting over there in the corner, and I'm using theirs. So we got a little bit of security. And that's what I really want, security. 6 minutes ago, breaking news.
A car plows into 2 women and 2 children in Manhattan and then takes off. Police are looking for the driver of a Mercedes-Benz who was going southbound on Audubon Avenue and turned left on 183rd Street. This happened around 10 last night. An 8-year-old and a 9-year-old suffered minor injuries. The 36-year-old woman had a head injury and is in critical condition. The other woman had broken bones, but she is stable.
They got all that money, but guess what? They probably was on drugs or drunk. They got all that money. They got all that money. And didn't have the courage to stop. You got all that money, why can't you afford to stop? And let me switch to another channel. That's the e-bike channel. Let's go to the Cleric. Danny News here. I ain't seen no news yet. Still ain't seen no news. Okay, then. Let's go to the Minister channel. So according to this, it's 3 people on the Minister channel and 5. I don't know why e-bike says Saturday sermon. Hold on a sec. We need to fix that. Can I edit the video? And can I edit the video? Sorry about that, y'all. Oops. Save changes. Oh. Okay, I can't change it now. Okay. All right. I can't change it now. All right, then don't worry about it then. How do I get rid of it? Okay. I tried to change the title. Y'all. Let me try and do it this way. Take me to the e-bike channel. Let me go to my channel. All right, now where are we? All right, this is us right here. Channel. Let me mute it. Okay, so let me go to. Hey, give myself a thumbs up. We got 4 thumbs down. Who thumbs down a sermon? We got some crazy people in this world. All right. Can we change the title now? Save. All right, that should have changed. That should have changed the title, I hope. Now let's switch account and go back to the minister channel. All right, see if we got any. There you go, Nia. Oh, I'm sorry, Liz missed it.
I know me. I'm gonna stand like a kangaroo.
Yep, he broke the TV. It ain't there, Nia.
So right here. See, I'm standing like a kangaroo. Y'all see? So I'm standing like a kangaroo. So I'm standing like a kangaroo. So I'm standing like a kangaroo. So I'm standing, jumping like a kangaroo. So I'm standing like a kangaroo.
Now, when it first started, it was showing the TV table. See? See, Nia? There go the TV. There go the cable cord coming out. You see it there? That's a TV table right there.
So I'm standing, jumping like a kangaroo. So I'm standing like a kangaroo.
Yeah, he broke the TV. Okay.
So I'm standing like a kangaroo.
I'm hoping the pizza man come while he on.
So I'm standing like a kangaroo.
He out of breath, Nia.
So you stand like a kangaroo. Stand like a kangaroo.
All right. It's about to end.
See one more song.
That's a little play.
So y'all say I was driving stand like a kangaroo, like this. All gone.
You need to say a dim if you watching, huh? Oh, hold on, y'all. Ooh, I missed this, Neil. Hold on. This was yesterday.
On my next video, the house tour around.
He gonna give you a tour of the house.
So I'm about to do the house tour, y'all. Be happy. See, look, y'all. Look out here. See, y'all see out here? So I'm gonna go over here. See, it's all my stuff right here. See out here? See over here, y'all? My stuff, my jacket, everything. Out here. So I'm gonna go. See, it's my stuff right here. See, it's my house right here. See, right here is the gas here, right here. Gas here. See, y'all see the gas here? See, right here is the bathroom door right here. Right here is a hallway. See, right here is a hallway. The lights on the ceiling. They don't work anymore. They old this old ass house, raggedy ass house.
I said it with you.
See the door here, right over. You cut through. You cut through over here. See what I did my laundry yesterday. See all this stuff right here. See this all? See the light and everything? See the bathroom and everything? My shower right here.
So he has a laptop. And he films on his laptop. That's cool.
So I'm gonna tell y'all over here. Well, I'm gonna tell y'all here. This is the bathroom. This is everybody right here. See my mirror right here. See the shower and everything. The shower here. The shower and everything. Then you got the light switch right here. See, you got the light switch right here. Get the light switch. See. We'll come over here. See y'all here. See y'all here. Look. So I'm doing my house tour around. My house tour around. Y'all see it?
Uh-huh. Hello? Delivery?
See, look, y'all, the mirror right here. Y'all see it?
Coming downstairs right now.
My house tour around. This is my video. My house tour around. See, look at my one. Look at this other one right here. See? Y'all see it? So, see, look, y'all, this is my mom's room. So, this is my mom's room right here. My mom's room. See, look out here. Y'all see? See, I'm recording everything. See, I show y'all. I just show y'all the bathroom. See, look out here, y'all. See? Y'all see y'all here? See, look out here, y'all. See, the sky is hazy. There's a lot of wildfires going on. I'm gonna show y'all the dining room. Well, first I'll show y'all the kitchen. See, the target, the light don't work. The light don't work. It's broken on top of the sun. Yeah, see, it's broken. See the fan. See, it's my house tour well. See, I'm gonna record over here. Wow, look at all that. You see all my jack over there? Look at all my jack. You see all the jug over there? See, it's my storage right here. And all my stuff over here. See there go the layer I lose from my other video. Lisa, I was doing outside. See, right there, I'll show y'all way. See right here. See, there go my refrigerator right here. And the lights.
All right, I'm back.
See all the jug over there, y'all?
What'd you say, Nia? He visited somebody's space.
No, man, I'm thinking about this walk outside barefoot. Be careful, though.
Oh, Lord. You shouldn't show that. Somebody not gonna be happy he's showing their room.
See, this dining room right here, y'all. See?
He's going too fast for you to really see anything.
Try to pull it up. See, it's like y'all. Not me. I'm gonna walk outside real fast. Matter of fact, I'll walk back over here. See, light don't work anymore. Got spiral webs on the ceiling and stuff. See over there, y'all. See over there.
That's a nice room. It's all paneling.
I don't know what ways I walk outside to show y'all this out there before. So during my house tour around. Well, look at that catwalk right there across the street.
I gotta say, it's in a.
I'm sorry, y'all. It's real fast.
He got his own yard to go out there and play in. Hey, you doing better than me, Kevin. You got a yard.
See, I just show y'all outside the house tour around. So I'm gonna point it out real fast.
You'll get in trouble for that.
Oops, oh well. Sorry. And I made the blind day come off by mistake. Sorry. I'm sorry.
If he touched the other blinds, I know he got more sense than that. Leave the blinds alone.
Yeah, I saw I reported the blind. I broke it by mistake. Sorry. See, light switch right here. See, look at all the other light switch. This one.
Nia says it appears to be on the mountain. She said, "Oh no, yeah, he gonna get it when he get somebody get home."
See, the other light. So I'm gonna turn it on.
Hey Nia, I don't know if you realize it.
Right here.
He do these videos when nobody home.
So I'm show you the guy see already. Right
You never seen anybody home when he do the videos.
Samuel Jackson and John Travolta, videos, WWE. Look at your fake gray horse. Look at my grass. I was sticking out. Need to be trimmed. Somebody need to help me trim. So you say y'all say I wear well. Hey, I just kept my camera over.
Dang, Liz pick a fine time to go to sleep.
Yeah, so y'all say I was doing my house tour around. I was doing my house tour around. Yeah, I'll show y'all everything. I'll show you the house.
I love to see what Liz had to say.
So I'll show y'all the house and everything outside. My home tour around the house. So you gonna like my video, King Gamer. My house tour around. All gone.
All righty. That was Kevin King showing his house. And I gotta say, it ain't the best shape, but God darn it, he in the house. He got a yard. They on top of a mountain. You know? So can't nobody hate on him. He doing all right. Hmm. I ain't seen the article yet, except from Fox. We already saw that. I don't know how we missed this.
I still think I can sell the car myself.
Who cares about that? Am I spelling his name right? Yeah, I'm way off. I thought it would be Q. All
Let's
right.
not lose sight of the bigger picture here that you have 11 women who are, according to the report,
11
accusing
women.
Governor Cuomo of sexual harassment. So are you denying that are you saying that these women are wrong, or is the governor saying that this is just a grand conspiracy and that these women are all fabricating or exaggerating or making up their claims?
Pamela, no one is saying that all 11 of these women are lying, and nobody's ever said that.
Can you be clear on who you say is lying and who's not then? Can you be clear on that?
I will be quite clear.
Okay.
The executive assistant number one, he did not grope her. He did not grope her, and there was evidence that was provided by several individuals to the Attorney General about potential motives for her to have made that claim. I'm not going to get into that now, but none of that was included in the report. With respect to Lindsey Boylan, yes, I believe that Lindsey Boylan is lying. She has lied in the past. What we know from the report about Lindsey Boylan is that she began tweeting in December of 2020 and giving false representations about the manner in which she left employment in the executive chamber.
I know you've talked about that, and that was not issued in the report. Of course, the report did make note that there were personnel files that one of the governor's staffers was giving out to other people in a retaliatory way against Lindsey Boylan, and that they decided not to print some of the stuff because it could have been victim shaming. But I just want to ask you, we're going to talk on the other side of the break.
Could I respond to that?
Mm-hmm.
Her personnel file was not released. 3 memos were released that detailed the circumstances of her departure. Lindsey Boylan, which she told the world 2 weeks after she announced her campaign to run for Manhattan Borough President, was that she left, and she implied that she left because of a toxic work environment. And I think the quote was that she was privileged and she could opt out, and she tried to quit 3 times and it finally stuck. In truth and in fact, there had been several complaints made against her. There was a recommendation by the Empire State Development Corporation to terminate her. She was brought to a meeting where she was counseled on her behavior because of complaints about her from several employees. She resigned, and then 4 days later asked to get her job back. She reached out to the governor's top assistant to see if she could speak with him about getting her job back, and he didn't get back to her. So she created
I know
a
you
false
laid that out yesterday, but that also doesn't take away, just because she may have wanted her job back does not necessarily mean that she is lying about the sexual assault allegations that she has come forward to the investigators about. And just to button something up, Rita, we did check. Yep. You were right. The report says November 16th was when she was summoned to the governor's mansion. The attorney, again, as I said before, for the accuser, says that date is incorrect, that it didn't happen on that date, and also called out the AG's office saying that they got that wrong, and also said that you are essentially blaming the victim here and that you are furthering blaming the victim. What do you say to that?
How is it blaming the victim to defend your client?
Is that all you have to say?
No, what I'm saying here is, this woman claimed that she went to the mansion and that she was groped and she was there for a short time. The Attorney General's office could have gotten any document that they wanted. They can ask for all the pins every time that she came into the mansion. That is the only date that they identified in November. And she has said repeatedly this happened in November, and they drew that conclusion. And I'm just telling you, to say blaming the victim, for the governor to deny what she has claimed is not victim blaming. What I am doing is telling everybody that that report is shoddy, it is biased, it omits evidence, and it was an ambush. And they haven't shared all of their evidence.
You and your team need organized.
Any other news on Governor Cuomo? New Cuomo allegations.
And those two were in contact, and I had since
Damn,
removed
Davey.
from that. I cannot get into the nature of her specific allegations at this time. Obviously, we're in the very infant stages of this investigation. We have a lot of fact finding to do. We have interviews to conduct, and it would be totally premature for me to comment on any of that. I cannot release any documents at this time, as per agreement with our district attorney, David Soares. I can tell you that Attorney Brian Primo and his client did in fact come in. She filed a formal report alleging criminal conduct against the governor. The conduct was sexual in nature. The meeting at that point commences the investigative process for the Albany County Sheriff's Office. The meeting was not lengthy. The meeting was more about explaining the process of the criminal justice system and what to expect going forth. The meeting was approximately 1 hour long, and the victim and the attorney then departed our headquarters station. I cannot go into any detail from there. I can tell you that we've reached out to the Attorney General's office and their private counsel assigned, requesting investigative material that will aid us in going forward. And that's where we are today.
Sheriff, could you say whether any of the complaint had to do with anything outside of the city of Albany, or was it in the city of Albany? Because I'm wondering why they might have gone to the sheriff instead of the city police.
I can tell you that the complaint occurred in the city of Albany. I can tell you that the city of Albany and the state capitol buildings are located in our great county. I am the sheriff of this county, and I have jurisdiction. Not that I'm aware of at this time. Again, we are in the very infant stages. We have not even talked about that at this point.
Sure, can you tell us approximately when this incident occurred?
I'd rather not, sir, at this point. Again, we're in the very infant stages of this investigation. I do not want to go any further on that. We have a report on file. It alleges criminal conduct against our governor, and it would be just at this point, it would not be in our best interest to talk about it.
About 4 months ago, you and I, in very vague terms, talked about this, and you said essentially it's up to the victim to come forward before we take any action of any sort. So, is there any indication of why this is the timing now? Now that 4 or 5 months after the initial report, she decided to take action?
Sorry about that, y'all.
I really can't answer that. What I can say is it's obvious that the Attorney General released her report. I think maybe at that point, she became aware of just how brave the other victims are to come forward, and that may have empowered her some as well.
Do you have any estimate of how long an investigation like this usually takes?
You know what? I would be guessing. I mean, this is obviously a very high-profile investigation. There's a lot of information out there. We have a lot of fact finding to do. We have a lot of interviews to do. And you know what? I'm not going to rush it because of who he is, and I'm not going to delay it because of who he is. We're going to conduct a very comprehensive investigation, as my investigators and my staff always do. And when the data and the facts are compiled, we'll make a decision at that point.
Your approach won't change, considering that this involved Governor Cuomo?
I couldn't hear the beginning of that.
Sorry, to that point, your approach in this investigation won't change as opposed to other investigations, considering that this involves governor?
No, it's obvious a high-profile investigation. I mean, it's the governor. But listen, we treat victims the same. We investigate the same. This one just has more eyes on it.
His lawyers to notify them of this criminal
Ah,
No,
okay.
I have not. I have spoken.
That guy just boring the hell out of me. I'm sorry. Oh, shucks. All right, I did it. I made myself stay up. The past 2 days, we fell asleep at 8 o'clock. I'm up. And I'm really tired. 52 minutes ago, Nia.
Google Fi.
See, Nia says just waited. 52 minutes ago.
More. The woman who filed a criminal complaint against the governor for groping her is now speaking out. It's just the latest shoe to drop in the ongoing sexual harassment case against the state's chief executive. CBS 2 political reporter Marsha Kramer has the latest.
The woman, identified only as executive assistant number 1 in the attorney general's scathing report about the governor's conduct, is anonymous no longer. Speaking exclusively to CBS This Morning, explaining why she decided to start the legal ball rolling.
It was the right thing to do. The governor needs to be held accountable.
And just so I'm clear again, being held accountable to you means seeing the governor charged with a crime.
What he did to me was a crime. He broke the law.
Brittany Commisso told investigators for Attorney General Tish James there were multiple instances where the governor engaged in close and intimate hugs, including one instance when she snapped a selfie and she claims Cuomo put his hands on and then rubbed and grabbed her butt. Another time, she said, the governor groped and grabbed her breast.
Then they started to be hugs with kisses on the cheek. And then there was at one point a hug. And then when he went to go kiss me on the cheek, he quickly turned his head and he kissed me on the lips.
What did you say?
I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything this whole time. People don't understand that this is the governor of the state of New York. There are troopers that are outside of the mansion, and there are some mansion staff. Those troopers that are there, they are not there to protect me. They are there to protect him.
Brittany Commisso originally thought she would take her experiences to the grave, never talk about it, but she apparently broke down when she saw Cuomo insisting at a press conference that he didn't do anything wrong. Earlier this week, he was still insisting her story was false.
This just did not happen.
Apparently, after hearing that, Commisso filed a criminal complaint with the Albany County Sheriff.
I have a young lady that came in, was alleging that she was victimized, and we're going to do everything in our powers to help her.
Cuomo lawyer Rita Glavin fired back.
What he did, which I thought was interesting, was that we're going to do everything in our power to help her. And that gives me a lot of pause that he hasn't done any investigation and he's drawn a conclusion.
Glavin also attacked the Attorney General's report.
There was evidence that they collected and that they ignored and omitted putting in their report.
Meanwhile, the Assembly impeachment investigation is moving forward. The committee will hold a status meeting in Albany tomorrow. The committee has given the governor until the close of business Friday the 13th, I might add, to submit his defense. In the newsroom, I'm Marsha Kramer, CBS 2 News.
All right, the witch hunt is on. The witch hunt is on. The witch hunt is on. Charlie Bobo, I wonder if we get flagged. Well, he ain't no flaggers.
Meet Editor X.
Here you go, Nia. This is my city. He on the west side. Okay. Y'all just trying to sell on drugs. Somebody asked me to eat some drugs. Look at people hanging out in front of the store. He gonna get some drugs. Charlie Bobo. North and Penn. Look at all the people. Low-rise projects. See, in New York, they had on tall buildings. We had a low-rise. These are low-rise projects. Trash in the street. Low-rise projects. Look at this alley. It's really a street. Look at his houses on this block. Look at that. You can't even park your car. How you like living in this neighborhood near? Like living in that block? All the houses are knocked down in this block.
You just locking your
All right, let's get off of here before we get a flag. Yeah, that's my city we was looking at. You already saw that. Let's go ahead and call it a day. Nia said not likely. Why? You don't want to live in the hood, Nia? You don't want to live in the hood, dear? Believe it or not, I'm considered to be on the good side of the hood. We on the edge of the hood. Still don't mean it's not dangerous, but we on the edge of the hood. But the people still just as dangerous. When we go down the Harford Road, it's just as dangerous as being down there because the people migrate up. You said they'd be outside doing nothing. That's how trouble gets started. You got a bunch of people doing nothing. They doing nothing. Nia said we'll pass for the time being. Well, that's why I go to the good neighborhoods. And I don't want to just show the city raggedy. You know? The phone company whining about their money ain't due to the 13th. I mean, I could pay them today. I probably will when I get off. I could probably take care of them today. Ain't really in no rush. I'm trying to decide whether or not I want to get a bike rack for the bike. But I'm trying to also hold up. I don't know what it's gonna cost to get the G9. Taken care of. I asked him to send a battery. If he don't send the battery for the G9, I'm not taking it in. Because I'm not taking the battery out of Marshall to put in that bike, because even if I get it fixed, how am I going to sell it with no battery? How am I going to sell a bike with no battery, y'all? How am I going to sell you an e-bike with no battery? I don't know if it's the fuse or if it's just shot. But the battery is shot. That's why they returned the bike, I believe. And if they hadn't put it in so many pieces, we wouldn't have the problems that we have. My inability to straighten that chain out. My inability to put the rear brake on. Because it looks like they didn't give me the screws. That's why I'm taking it to the bike shop, let them do it. And hopefully the pedal assist work. If the pedal assist work, then we know it's the controller. If it don't work, we know it's the controller. So then I'll bring it back and I'm gonna have to get an Uber up there. That's another problem. It's a mountain bike. It's not a foldable. You can't fold this up. You can't fold these bikes up. They have to go in their full size. So I'm gonna have to call an Uber. I don't know. Maybe I should leave it alone. What do y'all think? I think I should just tell him to just send somebody to come pick it up, and I'll just take it apart and I'll put it in the box and then let them come pick it up. But they're not getting maybe I just send both of them back, and we'll just leave that alone. And maybe that's what I'll tell them. Just go ahead and I'll box it back up and I'll just send it back. Because be honest with you, they're only 500 watt motors, 500, 800 watt peak motors. I'm not really interested. Personally, I'm not excited about them anymore. Once you've felt the power of 750 watts, I'm not really motivated by 500 watts anymore. I'm being honest. I'm not motivated by 500 watts anymore. Once you feel the power, you know what I'm saying? It's like the difference between, that's why I said if this bike would have came in perfect condition, oh man, we'd be everywhere on this bike. If it came in perfect condition, we would be everywhere on this bike. But anyway, I'm satisfied with what I got. Like I said, I'm feeling grateful because I got Marsha working to the point that I can use her. And I got Bessie. So I got 2 e-bikes. So I'm pretty happy. Not satisfied. I still want a PX5. But worldwide Marsha for now. But it's going to be hard to go back and really care about, coming from a 250 watt to a 500 watt to a 750 watt. It's a difference. And I definitely want to ride. I definitely want the PS6. But at least I do have one 750 watt. It ain't perfect, but you know. And it makes me have to pedal. So that's good. Getting exercise. Baby, go sit down, man. You go to sleep. So I appreciate y'all for hanging out with me. And I'll be back tomorrow. I might be outside waiting for the mail to come. We got a lot of deliveries. So we got 4 coming tomorrow. And they all bike related except for one. No, well, they are bike related because the phone is for the mobile lives, and we got a phone case coming, and we got the we got a USB cord, a USB-C cord coming for the phone, and then we got the lights coming. What was the other thing we got? I forgot. What was the other thing we got in there? What was the other thing that we got coming? Let me see. What was the other thing? I forgot. Oh, crap. I didn't mean to do that. There you go. Maybe we do it the hard way. Yeah, the phone case. Oh, the mirrors. I bought the mirrors and then I fixed the other mirror. I'm mad about that. Because I fixed the other mirror. Yeah, I'm a little upset about that, but I ain't gonna whine. But I fixed the mirror. I fixed the mirror. So, but we got the mirrors coming, we got the wristbands coming, and we got the USB-C cable coming. Now, this is for the phone, which is the phone that we got for the lives. I'm still trying to decide though, Nia. Because I don't need it. I mean, we got Bessie. So we really don't need it. But this is $17.75. This is $21.99, and it looks the easiest. It got 120 pound capacity, and it got 120 pound capacity, and it got 2 hooks instead of 4, which means it'll be easier to assemble because it got 2 hooks instead of 4. But they want $22 for it. This one got 4 of them. You got to assemble all this. That's some work. And then they got 4 things on it. But it's only 110. It's the same weight limit as the other one. And then you got to put the extra 2 thingies on there. Do they have any used? See all buying options. Amazon Warehouse got it for $17.75. So it's used. And what's the other one? This would be the easy one. But the problem is, how do I keep the pangy bags from hitting the wheel? It don't have no thing on it for the pangy bags to keep it from hitting the wheel. That's the problem with that one. See, that's how it goes on. So I would have to lower the fender. I like how that goes straight out. But like I said, how do I keep the pannier bags from hitting the wheel? See, they have a strap at near the bottom, and you strap it. Now I wonder if I could strap it to. I wonder if I could strap the pannier bags to the post. If I use the $23 credit, it'd be $17. I mean, the $5 credit, it would be September to October. What? That's the one from Amazon? They lost their mind. It would be the same price as getting the one that got the support. Now, see, I like this one because see this bar right here? You can hook the pannier bags to that. This bar keeps the pannier bags from hitting the wheel, but you can also tie the bag to it. But like I said, you know, I can just use Bessie. So it doesn't make sense to get it. I could get it, but like I said, it doesn't make sense to get it. What do you think, Nan? And these things ain't cheap. Please. Oh, we didn't do low to high. Low to high and all prime. We ain't in no rush to get it. This is the seat that Bob was talking about. That's the seat that Bob was talking about. $16.95. Hold on a sec. Let me see. This is the seat that Bob was talking about. Let me see. And I see Bob ain't even here. Dag, Bob, I just found you the hookup, sir, to get the seat. Let me see. Oops, went too far now. Right now. I really don't care about the seat. It only got two of the things in there. Ain't it? So it only got one set, so that's easy to do. All I gotta do is just put it on the other side of the wire so it don't bother it. What's the weight limit? Man, comfortable saddle. Doesn't say what the weight limit is. And it's, wait a minute. I saw one. It said it was cheaper than that. Hold on a second. Let me see here. What's the weight limit? Oh, customer review. Hold on a second.
This is awesome.
Welcome to my video on the gel bike seat cushion cover by ProMend.
So what you can see here is there's a nice little cup for your under area.
Well, why people make videos that short? I mean, you didn't really get to even look at the thing. What happened? How did we get knocked out? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. How did we get knocked out? Hold on a second. What happened? You right here, right? Here's one for $13.96. Oh, $4.99 delivery. That's not a deal. That's not a deal because that's 17 something. So that's not a deal. Who sells this? Top Cabin. Oh, it's the same thing. One is prime and one ain't. But $17, and it has the seat. Where do you hook the panniers on that at, though? Suppose you don't want to use the seat. Can you take the seat off? Let's see. Place the screws under the seat. Oh, you don't have to put the seat on. Oh, you don't have to use the seat. And it's $16.95. You can add that to the cart. And let's go back and take another look. This is one. But look at all them screws. So what's the buying options? Amazon warehouse, $17.75. What's the weight limit? 110 pounds. Why is that at the back like that? I think I like the one with the one. It just seems easy to install. But you don't have to put that on there. Child carrier seat. $20. Let's see, no, that's the wrong kind. Anything used? Because you know we ain't got no shame. We don't have no shame. Is that Amazon? Nope. Amazon warehouse. Who's this? Sanja's Direct. Do we got a Amazon here? Amazon warehouse, Amazon warehouse, Amazon warehouse, Amazon warehouse, Amazon warehouse. Be use the credit. It's got to be sold by Amazon.com to use the credit. Nia says, wait until later. Black Friday sale. the cost will go down. Yeah, because like I said, there ain't no rush. Like I said, there ain't no rush. So we don't need nothing. And what's today? So today's the 8th, so tomorrow's the 9th. I get my food stipend on the 10th. So we can ride to the market and just get enough food for one day, and then we'll go back on the 10th. And we'll go back on the 10th. So we'll just get enough for one day. We'll go back on the 10th. We ain't gonna worry ourselves. Like I said, we got enough lights, so we good to go. So alrighty, y'all. I will see y'all tomorrow. Y'all have a great night, and I'm glad that I was able to make myself stay up. Because I went to sleep at 8 o'clock yesterday. I supposed came live. I was sitting on the bed, getting ready to come. Next thing I knew, I laid down and I was gone. I got up at daggone 4 in the morning. I said, what the hell? And the day before, I fell asleep and got up at 4 in the morning. So I'm going to sleep hard. So, all right, y'all, as Nia would say, see you soon. As I say, hey, I'm going to see y'all tomorrow. So y'all have a great night. Thanks for watching. I hope y'all enjoyed the sermon. I'm going to try to shave tomorrow. I still got that nick right there. Yeah, I'm afraid if I open it, it's going to start bleeding again. You know, diabetics. And then they got me on blood thinners, you know, for my heart. So they got me on blood thinners. So when you get cut, you get cut. I mean, you leak. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm looking kind of rough today. So don't say, oh, Bubba Derek ain't got nothing to do with it. I ain't shaved because I didn't want to cut myself. So I'll wake up tomorrow and I'll go shave. And that way, when we do go outside, if I do start bleeding or whatever, we got plenty of time. Because to be honest with you, I want to test out the new wristbands. So I want to go out after dark. But y'all like it better during the day. So I'm kind of torn because I want to try the new wristbands. I want to go out and be like, hey, you know, hey. Going left, be like, hey. I got to fix that webcam. I really do. Because it's not showing what I wanted to show. It's not showing what I wanted to show. Somebody said they thought I had a green screen. No, I don't. This is the actual double window behind me. One side got the air conditioner in it. The other side is covered. When they get cool again, we're gonna the curtain is pinned up. We're gonna bring the curtain back down. And we're probably gonna take the air conditioner back out and put it back in the closet. Or I might sit it in the corner. I know that Davey's gonna love when the air conditioner go out the bedroom because she like to sit in the window and look out. So she's gonna love that. She's gonna love when the air conditioner go back in the closet. She's gonna love it. Someone says, "You're gonna love me," because I do have a screen on the window. Like I said, the gnat and flies is coming in through the air conditioners. I don't know what they're gonna do when the wintertime comes. You ain't gonna be able to get in this house when we take down the air conditioner. And it's my fault for not sealing it right. But I don't mind killing them. It's fun to me. I chase them around the house and beat them down. But But all right, y'all. Y'all have a great night. I will see y'all tomorrow. Y'all take it easy. And like I always say, it's a pleasure to be with y'all. See y'all tomorrow. I was trying to hit the 5-hour mark, and we hit 5:07. So see y'all tomorrow. We got a lot of stuff coming tomorrow. We'll go for a ride. So everybody have a good night, and we will be on the move. Peace, everybody. Anil will say, see you soon, gang, and we out.